आ गया
आ गया
स्टेशन कर देंगे अरे वो जरूर जूम में वो तो करा पड़ा है बापू प्रॉपर दे यार था वो तो सर मैं भी सेकंड में हमारी यार मेरे तो हाँ पर एक में क्या बना हाँ डायरेक्ट मारी आओ पर ये कह रहे चलो फोन मारो
I believe you're beautiful.
पता થાય કરે પૂછની
ચેક કર્યું તું
હા તા જાય કરે
એમ પૂછ્યું તું લિંક આપી
તો મેં
હમણાં કેમેરો પેલું બંધ છે ને
હા.
રેકોર્ડ ચાલુ કરે એટલે એ વસ્તુ
હા હા એ જ
सेटिंग कर लेंगे बोला
हाँ क्या खाते हैं वो
ना बोला भाई खाना पान
हाँ वो जो ऑफर वायरलेस अपन ये लोग पेंट्रोल नेशनल हमारे अकॉर्डिंग नॉर्मली तो हम
नहीं इसमें विचार तो क्या है
इनके
डायरेक्ट ये कौन सी
आज इन लोगों को साउंड भी
ओबीएस ऊपर सॉफ्टवेयर
हाँ हाँ हाँ
बाकी करे और प्रॉब्लम नहीं है
खबर है अभी सर दोनों का ऐसा में जाने वाली जरूरत इनके मैरिज में जरूरत है मैं भी सेंटर के अंदर हूं लेकिन तो मांगन के लिए मांगा है मतलब लीजिए ना बीएस से सीनियर कर रहा है आके ये बोल मैं कर काय करो छोड़ रहा है
हमारे लेवा में
तो इनके बारे में ये बार-बार होता है ना वो कई कंपनी होती है खबर भूल गया
आउट चाहिए
ये रेड कलर નું હા તે પણ તે બહુ મસ્ત તે લઈ જાય પણ ઠીક ઠાક બાપા પણ આ તૂટી જાય છે તૂટી દૂસરા તૂટી રાઉન્ડ પર પોડિયમ તક હા ચલો એ પણ લો એંગલ भी લેવા યાર એમ भी થાય એ બહુ મસ્ત मैं विषय पर मालूम है तो टेंपरेरी यूज में ले लेना बाकी देख इसको सही तेरे जरूरत पड़े तो एक्शन कर लेना
दिल्ली जावा तो लेता हूं
तेरे जाना तेरे एग्जीबिशन में जाना भाई जरूरत है कि पड़ा जाएगा अच्छा सारा एमओ बना जो आ रहा है
एक मशीन ना हो 360 में पूरा
कितना ना है
टेस्ट 55 टेस्ट
એટલે એમાં હું કયા પ્રિન્ટિંગ
इंटरव्यू भी आ गया
अच्छा ओके डायरेक्ट फोटो निकले बस ने फोटो पड़ी ने प्रिंट करने निकली ओके ऑन द स्पॉट और ये भैया तो वजन लड़े थे नहीं लड़े ना बस बराबर देखा नहीं
Thank you. Thank you. Chalo. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down. We'll be starting the inaugural session. Thank you very much for joining us in large numbers. There are about more than 200 plus who are joining us online. They will keep joining. So without much ado, we'll do the inaugural with the lighting of the lamp. Then we'll request the dignitaries to come on the dais. So may I request our President, Dr. Viranchi Shah, to escort our chief guest, Dr. Ishwara Reddy. Dr. Sahab, Naresh ji आइए. Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal, Jayant Kumar ji. There. So we will request you to come. We always start our program and seminar with a blessing of Almighty. And when doing a CDSCO, we also go related seminar with the blessings of Dr. Ishwara. May I now request We now request our honored guests and our chief guests to please take their honorable seats on the dais, please. Dr. Reddy, Dr. Viranchi, Shah, Dharmesh, Jayant Kumar ji, Dr. Naresh ji, right. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you on behalf of our National President, Dr. Viranchi Shah, and the Executive Committee members of IDMA, the Indian Drug Manufacturers Association, which is the senior most and the biggest association of pharmaceutical and bulk drug manufacturers in the world. Doesn't that deserve an applaud? Thank you. So today's seminar is going to be on quality culture. And quality is just not quality control or quality assurance, but it's now imbibed in all of us. From top to bottom, we all believe, and that's why we call it a quality culture, because your culture always remains with you. And that's why we have termed it quality culture. We've already had several seminars in other parts of the country. We are going to do this pan-India under the leadership of Dr. Ishwara Reddy. And we are thankful to you, sir, for all your guidance. So I welcome our honorable chief guest and keynote speaker, Dr. Ishwara Reddy, the Joint Drugs Controller of India, CDSCO headquarters. Our guest of honor, Mr. Jayant Kumar, Deputy Drugs Controller of India, Zonal Office CDSCO. Our guest of honor, Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal, Deputy Control Officer, DCA, DNH and DU Daman. Mr. S.M. Mudda, Managing Director, MISOM Labs, Chairman of our Regulatory Affairs Committee. Mr. Manish Bhatkar, Founder and CEO, Red Lotus Pharmatech. Mr. Prabir Kumar Pal, Senior Vice President, Quality and Compliance. Dr. Naresh Sharma, Deputy Drugs Controller, CDSCO, New Delhi. Madam Rajpriya Patel, the Drugs Officer from DCA, and she's also been very helpful to us. I have great pleasure in welcoming all the members and the seniors from our sponsors, that is Alchem, Aristo, JB Pharmaceuticals, and McLeod's. I have great pleasure in welcoming all of you who have come from not only Daman, but Vapi and various other places. So thank you very much. We continue to thrive, and we recognize that the landscape is evolving faster than ever. With this momentum, we find ourselves in a very unique position where our greatest competition comes from us. There's nobody else we are going to compete with. We have to better our best, and that's what the government wants us to do. And that's what IDMA wants its members to do. There was a Schedule M some years ago. Then we went to revised Schedule M, which was sometime in 2001, which commenced in 2005. Then we want our members to meet the standards of WHO, and then the US FDA and other highly regulated regulators' requirements. The past 3 years have brought significant changes to the pharmaceutical industry. globally as well as domestically. As we navigate through these shifts, it is imperative that we remain vigilant to the challenges and the opportunities alike. One such critical area is the harmonization of our regulatory standards and those of the world. This will not only enhance our credibility, but also help us contribute more effectively to the global healthcare ecosystem. Today, we have gathered here for a hybrid one-day workshop on the topic quality culture, organized by the Indian Drug Manufacturers Association in collaboration with Central Drugs Standard Control Organization and with various other CDSCO zonal offices. This reflects our collective effort to foster greater industry interaction and provide key training that will further strengthen our foundation of excellence. It is not only quality control and quality assurance, I said. Let's imbibe this in us, that people say that yes, the Indian manufacturer is quality conscious and is perceived as somebody making quality products. We want to be dependable to the world. We want to stick to that reputation that we have got, pharmacy of the world. And all of you jointly will help us in taking our goal, in meeting our goal and taking this flag and the mashal forward. I want to make a special mention of Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal, without whose help and support this training workshop would not have been possible. I express my heartfelt thanks to all of you for joining us physically and virtually, especially Mr. Ajit Singh, a very great supporter of the pharma industry, the chairman and managing director of ACG, who makes capsules for us in which we fill in our products and supply it domestically and internationally. He has joined us today virtually. I want to thank all of you for being part of this important event and the discussion. We've got a number of excellent speakers. I will just take a minute. We've got Mr. S.M. Mudda. We've got Shri Manish Bhatkar. We've got Shri Prabir Kumar Pal. We've got our coordinator and moderator for the question and answer sessions, Dr. Naresh Sharma. So please make the best of it. There might not be time to ask them questions after their talk or during their talk, but you can always give your questions as and when you listen to a speaker, pass it on to our volunteers, and they will give it to Nareshji, and then he will coordinate the question answer session later on. So thank you once again. God bless you all. Jai Hind, Jai Pharma Industry. And may I now request the leader of IDMA, our national president, Dr. Viranchi Shah, to please address all of you.
Respected Dr. Ishwara Reddy, one of the most experienced officer of the CDSCO, Dr. Shri Jayant, Dr. Naresh Sharma, Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal, Shri Daara Patel, Shri S.M. Mudda, Dr. Arvind Jala, he was here a while ago, speakers and friends from the industry. A very good morning. On the onset, let me express gratitude on behalf of IDMA and the Indian pharma industry to both the CDSCO and the state regulators. Right now, we have support of the regulator from Daman and from Gujarat for this specific event, but we had support from state regulators across India on the various functions where we have organized. And it is because of this support that we have tried to build a collaborative approach where the entire industry would be able to scale to the next level. Now, today, we are talking of a very important concept, which is the quality culture. And let me tell you what it means to what we are doing. I hope you have heard of a game called Lemon in the Spoon, and many of you might have played in your childhood or you have seen your kids playing. And I think the pharma industry is somewhere doing that. We have two goals. We have to run to reach our goals, and at the same time, we have to ensure that the lemon doesn't fall off. So eventually, if you focus only on the running, hitting the goals, targets, and reaching numbers, but somewhere in the journey, if your lemon falls, you go back to square one. And at that same time, if you spend too much time and too much energy only in nurturing the lemon, probably you will not reach where you want to reach. So somewhere there is striking a balance between holding the lemon and reaching the line. And that is what exactly we all are doing. And what are we doing today? When I was young, I learned that if you want to win this game, you have to ensure that your spoon, we used to run into the kitchen to get the spoon which had maximum curvature, the spoon that had maximum depth. So if you have a spoon that is really deep, there is least chance of the lemon falling off. And the spoon is precisely the quality culture. We have to build a deep culture within our organization so that while we are running, we don't have the risk of falling off in terms of compliance. And when we are handling pharmaceutical industry, probably we have a number of spoons handling that we are handling at the same time. It's not only the Drug and Cosmetics Act, there are so many laws and regulations that we have to comply to. So the common goal is to build a culture, to build the spoon as deep as possible, so that we are able to focus on the speed and we do not have at the back of mind to worry that probably this is where the lemon falls and we go back. We also all recognize that ultimately GMP is not the destination. That's why we call it a current GMP. It's continuously evolving. So the shape and size of lemon would continuously change. And when it changes, we also have to ensure that we amend our spoon continuously so that we remain in shape to maintain that lemon while we run. I think this is one of such efforts where we are trying to reshape your spoon. And this is not the first time you might have heard about it. This is not the last time. And this is not the first time the GMP requirements have changed. Because as science evolves, as understanding involves more about things that we do, it is very obvious that the regulations will be updated. In fact, if you have watched a serial called Succession, if you see the serial, it says that regulation is actually the tail end of change. It doesn't start with regulation. The change happens while we do day-to-day things. Accidents occur, improvements occur. And after a lot of deliberations and study of various things that happen in our day-to-day activities, it actually boils down into a change in regulation. So regulation is actually not the starting point of the change. Regulation is perhaps the tail end of the change, where it is derived, it is sure that this is required to make sure that what we are doing is in line with what is required globally. Now just imagine, today we have almost 5,000 plus manufacturing sites in India. Almost about 2,100 plus of them are already WHO GMP certified. And what we are trying to push is to make sure that the other 3,000 odd sites that are not currently in sync with the WHO requirements reach there. Imagine with 2,100 units, we are able to become the third largest manufacturer in the world and call ourselves a pharmacy. What will happen if all the 5,000 units are able to reach there? Of course, there will be intense competition, so you have to be worried. But more importantly, there is an opportunity where we can become world number one. Because with the kind of strength of 5,000 sites, 5,000 manufacturers catering to the world market, it is it is very common. It's a very common sense that we'll be able to take world pharma market. We will be able to access the market in much better way. So for all of us, what do we do when we say we need to change the quality culture? And when you read various guidelines, there are different things that come out. There are n number of guidelines and regulation. But when you have to address the culture and the people sitting in the room and watching online, they have to become change agent for their organizations. So probably every organization has a couple of people sitting here. They have to go back and take this message forward to your individual organizations. But what could the message be? Because you are going to listen to a lot of things throughout the day. I have, after attending so number of seminars, in whatever small way I understand GMP, what are we all trying to do are two important things. First is consistently manufacture products of predetermined standards. So whenever there is a question what to do, what not to do, I think the first goal I have put for myself is the goal of the entire thing. And if you read any regulations, somewhere it will lead to consistently manufacturing products of predetermined standards. And the second goal is preventing contamination, whether it is extraneous contamination, whether it is cross contamination. I think these are the two important goals that I have learned. And if I have to build culture in my organization, these are the two things I focus, or I would love to focus. In, as a concept, it looks good, but then how do I still take it deeper? So yesterday I learned this very good concept. You may be manufacturing your products complying to different forms. It could be IP, BP, USP, or different regulatory requirements. But can you manufacture a product that conforms to EP? And EP is, what I mean is emotional pharmacopoeia. Can I take this for granted? Can I tell with assurance, if I give this product consistently over a long period of time to my family, maybe to my parents, to my kids, to my family, am I assured of safety, quality, and efficacy? So if I ask this emotional question to myself while I am taking decisions on shop floor, and if the answer is yes, my product passes the EP that I have set for myself. And if I can build that culture in my organization, I think whatever efforts have been made by Dr. Shri and the entire CDSCO team and the SLAs is all leading us to the right result. So I think we have a wonderful opportunity today to learn from various experts. We have Dr. Reddy himself making some presentations and subject experts who are going to tell you things about how to build a culture. And I'm very sure that the take homes that you will have today will definitely help you build product with strong EP in your manufacturing base. So my best wishes to all of you, and once again sincere appreciations to the CDSCO and the State Licensing Authority. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll use this. Thank you very much, Dr. Viranchi Shah. You've given us some excellent take homes. So the emotional pharmacopoeia that Dr. Viranchi Shah spoke about, that if you should make products which you will give to your family as well as to everybody in India and abroad, In same way, we have a lot of exporters here, right? How many of you export products from India? Wonderful. So I'm sure whatever you are exporting, the quality is going to be the same for our domestic people, for our Indians, right? So this is what we want from you, and this is how we will work shoulder to shoulder. Our next speaker is going to be Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal. He's the Drugs Control Officer, DCA, DNH, and Dadra and Daman Nagar Haveli. He's a pharmacy graduate from the LM College of Pharmacy, Ahmedabad. If I'm not mistaken, Dr. Viranchi Shah is also a gold medalist from LM College. So Dharmesh has done his master's in pharmacy in quality assurance, doctorate in pharmacy. He has worked as a licensing authority for almost 10 years and as a drugs inspector for the period of 8 years in the Union Territory here. Presently, he is working as a drugs control officer in the Union Territory of Dadra and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu. So it's over to you now, Dharmesh ji, if you can address the gathering.
Dr. Ishwara Reddy Sarji, Joint Drug Controller CDSCO Headquarter. Dr. Viranchi Shah, National President IDMA. Shri Daara Patel ji, the members of the IDMA. Dr. Naresh Sharma ji, DDC Headquarter. Jayant Kumar ji, officers from the FDCA Gujarat. And my dear pharmaceuticals of Daman and Dadra Nagar Haveli. On behalf of the UT of Dadra and Nagar Haveli, Daman and Diu, I welcome to all the delegates and the participants. As you may be aware, the government of India, almost after a period of 15 years, have amended the provisions of Schedule M of the Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and rules made thereunder. And thereby, the government has amended the good manufacturing practices for the pharmaceuticals. And now the government of India has made this practice as par with the WHO standard. As a regulator of this UT, sir, I would like to say proudly, in my Daman, there are 35 manufacturers. If I leave 2-3 manufacturers of the sanitizer, the 35 manufacturers are there. Out of 35 manufacturers, 32 are already WHO certified. And almost 80% of my industry is exporting to the various parts, and they are already accredited with the US FDA and what so not. Okay. There are a few formulations. They are the brand leaders, or I would say India. They are the leader into the India. Lozenges are there, and soft gelatin capsules are there. Lyophilize are there. So they are the even a brand leader in the India. And the product of remdesivir was manufactured in the Daman only, sir. The remdesivir was supplied across the world and into the India was only and only manufactured initially in the Daman only. All the rights were reserved to the manufacturers of the Daman. And our honorable administrator has first launched that product for the export as well as the domestic market. So as a regulator, this gives me a proud. Sir, I would like to mention almost after the 15 years in this UT, such a big gathering of the pharmaceuticals is being arranged to deliberate such a technical issues. For this, I would like to thanks to the CDSCO and especially thanks to the Reddy sir. Sir has accepted our invitation and arranged this thing. Sir told me, Dharmesh, definitely I will arrange this event in Daman once, don't worry. Usually they don't arrange such kind of the events in the small areas. They usually arrange such events in the mega cities, metro cities. But I'm really thankful to the CDSCO, especially Reddy sir. I'm also thankful to the IDMA who has sponsored this entire event. I would like to say very little about today's workshop. See, the title of workshop is a quality culture. Okay. So this word culture only makes the difference. Why human is human and why animal is animal? That is only because of culture. The human behavior is a human behavior and therefore we are human. Animal behavior is an animal behavior and therefore they are the animals. जब तक culture नहीं होगा तब तक you can't behave it. So now the concept of QC, QA, everything has gone. It's a concept of culture. I request to all the industrialists, these only, build a culture. Devanji Saab told the same thing. We have to build a culture. Without culture, quality will not build into the product. Even if the quality is a build into the product without a culture, it's an accidental quality. If you build a incidental quality, then you have to have the follow culture. Without culture, there won't be an incident quality in the pharmaceuticals. The learned speakers are there to take over the session further, so I will not go in the much detail. In last, I would just like to thanks to our honorable administrator, sir, under whose guidance and directions we are working in the health department. I would like to mention the name of my two senior officers, Shri Asghar Ali, sir, and Dr. T. Arun, sir. Asghar Ali, sir, is a special secretary health and he is a secretary to the various departments, sports, PWD, and various other things. Because of the visit of the Honorable Vice President of India, they are unable to present. But I would like to say two sentences for both of these officers. Asghar Ali is a IAS from the Manipur, and he is the first IAS from his community from the Manipur. And that community consists only 10% in the Manipur area. And he believes India is first and we must work for the India, none other than that. I would also like to tell something about T. Arun sir, who actually wanted to come and attend this workshop. And even he tried hard to postpone it because he wanted to attend that. When I told him, ki, sir, we'll invite you as a guest, so he told me, ki, Dharmesh, I don't want to come as a guest. You only invite me as an audience. I will come, sit, and till end of the session, I will be there. He just called me now and just told me if I'm unable to attend, so please send me a link. Even in the program of vice president, I will go through the live streaming and I will listen your program. So and I'm very happy to have such a secretary health who is taking a very depth interest in the drug department. Sir himself is visiting many pharma industry and starting from the warehouse to the dispatch of the goods, he's trying to understand the subjects. Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, I welcome all the industry dignities. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dharmesh ji. You gave us a very good insight about manufacturing in Daman. So if you recall, आज से 50-60 पहले जब हमारे बुजुर्ग को पता चलता था कि हम फार्मा इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े हुए हैं या हम डॉक्टर्स हैं, they would say कि मेरा बेटा दवा दारू में मशहूर है. आपने आज सही कहा, दमन भी दवा दारू दोनों में मशहूर है. Thank you. So we have our next guest of honor now, a very humble, a very kind, but a very firm officer, Mr. Jayant Kumar, the Deputy Drugs Controller of India, Zonal Office CDSCO. He has a very vast experience in the field of regulatory affairs. Currently, he is working as Deputy Drugs Controller from the West Zone Office in Mumbai. He always has an open door policy. Whenever we need him, whenever we want to go to him, his doors are always open. He has also served as the Deputy Drugs Controller, Global Clinical Trial, International Cell, Import and Registration Division, and the RTI cell at CDSCO. May I now call upon you, Mr. Jayant Kumar, to please address the audience.
Good morning, one and all. respected our chief guest and beloved Dr. Ishwara Reddy sir, Joint Drug Controller of India, Shri Viranchi, Dr. Viranchi Shah Sahab, National President IDMA, Daara Patel, Secretary IDMA, Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal sir, SLA Daman and Div, my colleagues Dr. Naresh, Dr. Jhala, Shri Mudda sir, eminent speakers, and all dignitaries sitting in the hall and representative of industry. My dear friends, behalf of CDSCO West Zone and CDSCO, I welcome you on this very informative workshop. As our eminent speaker, Dr. Viranchi Bhai, our Agrawal sir, very nicely collate and correlated all the event why we are here sitting today. So today, this Daman have been selected for this, the advanced workshop for the quality culture. We have organized under the leadership of the Dr. Ishwara Reddy almost 13 to 14 seminar for awareness program of this revise on this topic revised schedule M. My dear friends, we know that you all are well experienced, well versed for the WHO GMP, because as Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal told that more than 99.9% industry is WHO GMP certified. So I think this is not a new thing for you. But yes, Dr. Viranchi sir told that when we are gaming any game like a spoon and lemon, we have to always see the size of the lemon and the spoon. So very nicely he has correlated and he has put forward the concept of the quality culture as rule, regulation and guideline is contemporary to need and knowledge of society, and we have to always ready for change. And this change is better for country, better for our industry and the whole of humanity, because patient goal of the all the organization of the regulator is patient first, patient safety. And we are here fighting for the quality of drug. Dear friends, CDSU under the leadership of Dr. Raghuvanshi and Ministry of Health has taken decision to revise Schedule M, and and under the he has deputed Dr. Ishwara Reddy in the different. One side we are doing the risk-based inspection, other side we are announced that implementation in phase wise. First, the who have the more than 3,000 and less than 250 and more than 250. Sorry. So the mantra of the our beloved Prime Minister that we have to follow the process of, he has nascent a concept: reform, perform and transform. So this quality culture concept is based upon this. First, we have to reform. How will reform? We know that we are doing all the thing. If we not implement the daily Kaizen in our whole procedure of the working, everybody know that plant, machinery, man, material is the requirement. But how to utilize? Where we deviating? How to correlate all these functions? If we will not during performance, if we are not applying as a quality culture, we not noting down change control, deviation in form of different QMS documentation, then we will not able to assess. And if we will not assess, we will not able to transform. That's why this platform is for plan for this seminar is dwelt upon for the different concept of the new concept paradigm shift of the quality culture, where they have to change our attitude. Culture is nothing but what we are daily performing. We have to have analyze what we have performed today, what is whether it is right or wrong, whether we can have any improvement in that. That is the concept, whole concept of the quality culture, as Mudda Sahib has explained very nicely. So this mantra, I request all audience to collaborate your mind and knowledge here, collect information and cross-pollinate the concept of this quality culture. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, Jayant Kumarji, for your words of wisdom. So, friends, we have now come to the most important item on the agenda. A man who is always a sought-after leader in the pharma industry, a regulator who is a friend, philosopher, and guide of the industry, always ready to help. And that is none other than our chief guest and our keynote speaker today, Dr. S. Eshwara Reddy, Joint. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Yeah. You've not got his. Okay, so I'll request Naresh Kumarji to please come and address us. Okay, I'm sorry we didn't have your CV in time. Please come here, Nareshji. So Naresh Kumarji is the Deputy Drugs Controller, India, CDSCO, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He holds a bachelor's degree in Delhi University, a master's from Birla Institute of Technology, and a doctorate from Kumar University, with over 29 years of experience in pharmaceutical research. He has specialized in GMP, GCP, GLP audits, contributed to regulatory reforms, strengthened India's drug regulatory system. He would take the questions as much as possible. He is going to give us a brief talk just now, but then he is going to take charge after the lunch when all the speakers have completed their talks. He will moderate the question and answer session. So we will request you, Nareshji, to please say a few words.
Thank you so much. Respected Dr. Ishwar Reddy sir, Joint Drugs Controller India, CDSCO from headquarters, dignitaries on dais, associated members from the various associations, IDMA, local associations, most valued invited guests, learned speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a pleasant morning over here. Daman is very close to my heart because of my personal attachment. I visited 22 years back and I have seen sea changes in this area, not only for the infrastructure, but as far as the pharmaceutical development also concerned. It is on a very high scale as of now. We are thankful to Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, who has inculcated this concept of having the dialogue across the regulator as well as the industry. And we are also thankful to our Drugs Controller General of India, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, who has allowed us to move this with this mission and coming over here to the various regional. I would like to mention that Dr. Ishwar Reddy sir is carrying a lot of burden on his shoulder for carry forward this mission to a great extent. And for this financial year, this is the third workshop, and I had witnessed all. The first one, which was there at Bangalore, was really having overwhelming response. Next, followed by Baddi, and now at Daman. And the culture, the question answers, and the technical deliberations, whatsoever happened over past many workshops, including 11 workshops of the last financial year, all were available on the YouTube link. And we are thankful to IDMA to be associated partner with the CDSCO and making this mission with the knowledge sharing platform carry forward. And not only at this room, whenever you will be having any guidance in future also, the link will be live on the YouTube and can be further referred. We are getting a lot of responses from the various state. Even they are inviting. The invitation is from Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, then Maharashtra, that these type of the workshops can be conducted. This is only and only because of the quality, because of the speakers deliberation, and the concept what has been put forward, not overnight, but it's a month and years of the effort. You can see this single piece of paper, which is a program schedule. But I had witnessed that this program schedule is not a single piece of paper. It involved rounds of meeting what has been conducted with the Ishwara Reddy sir and the associated leaders of the pharma industry, IDMA, who has brought the concept. And for a single title and selecting the speaker was really a very exhaustive exercise. And I'm going to see that the speaker with the renowned speakers and the experience which will be shared, I'm pretty sure will not be in any of the book of the pharmaceutical industry. We had Dr. Ishwar Reddy sir who will be talking about say various norms and the quality culture. SM Muddha Saab, we had heard in Bangalore. The session was so live and so interactive that so many people has fired the question, and every question was answered. That decade of experience you won't find anywhere. I remember Shri Manish Bhatkarji, 22 years back, we were working for a same project. I don't know whether he can recognize me as of now or not, but yes, it was the project for Frisian Escabi and the plant state of art plant, which was with the robotic technology and prevention of tertiary level of cross contamination. And from that, he has carried forward, and the leaders who have been like word fame leaders like Sham Khate Saab, then Haldankar Saab, and that concept what Manishji has carried forward over many decades will be poured in this workshop, will be a unique and a uniqueness for this entire session. We had been witness for the world-class culture, world-class system, and the processes at Alchem. And Prabirji will be sharing this type of his experience to the upcoming sessions. We had been, that just from 16th to 20th passed through the NRA assessment. Like the auditors are coming to to inspect the plant. Likewise, the regulatory system, CDSU being the national regulatory authority, has been audited by WHO. There were a lot of expectation from the world. There was a strong discuss debate, and we had witnessed that how Drugs Control General of India has fought with the WHO team for the various say maturity labels on the 9 standard what has been set by the WHO. And to name a few, those standards were like clinical trial, regulatory system in place, marketing authorization, pharmacovigilance India, laboratory system, practices followed across the country, including the industry. And the comment from Drugs Control General of India was that we have the system in place. We are having a strong base. It is only the presentation what has to be changed as per the expectation of the globe. So carrying that particular message forward, you see that you already are doing a lot of things which is already system in place. That's what India is exporting to more than 250 countries. It's not a new concept. It's only the presentation has to be changed. It's only the documentation has to be changed with respect to the creativity, innovation as a part of the system. And from that, there was a most important point, what has been drawn from the WHO, and that was the training, knowledge sharing platform. And I'm happy to share from this platform that the man behind the entire show, who has been called for all 9 indicators put forward by the WHO, and to keep that training and training and training, and the toughest auditor of the WHO out of 24 members who have been a part of assessing the National Regulatory Authority was none other than Dr. Ishwara Reddy sir. And this is also a proud moment when the toughest auditor has put that the training cell did really good work. This is exemplary work, and the system whatever been put in the 3 heads, that is the residential training at National Institute of Health and Family Welfare, regional training at the state level, and the workshops for the industry has not and never been carried out across the world. And this is a well structured, organized plan in place. And the word which was there at the last, the system for the training cell run, leaded by Dr. Ishwar Reddy, was excellent. So at last, I would like to say that there are 2 things. One is by choice, other thing by chance. The implementation of Schedule M with the revised provision is not at all by chance. That is the conscious call of the Ministry of Health to upgrade the system, to open the window for more than 200 countries across the world, and we are left out with only one choice, to implement the provisions of revised Schedule M. Now or later is the another part, and the sooner we are going to implement, sooner we'll be having great challenges, great efforts, and great promotion for the products from India to be exported to the various country. Let's shake hand for improvement of the product, process, and system, with the mission to produce the best quality and the customer satisfaction at the end, so that not only India but the world should recognize the quality products produced by India. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nareshji. You gave us some very good takeaway points. We look forward to listening to you again in the session after lunch. So, ladies and gentlemen, Nareshji has spoken a lot about Dr. Ishwar Reddy, and he's so well known to everybody. It's a tough job introducing him to the audience. But nevertheless, for the new entrants in our pharma industry or for people who have not interacted with Dr. Reddy, you should know that Dr. Reddy did his PhD from JNTU, Hyderabad. He has vast experience in manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, academic research, and drug regulations. He is currently the Joint Drugs Controller General. Earlier, he held the position of Drugs Controller General of India and was considered as the youngest Drugs Controller General who has worked for all the positions of the hierarchies. At CDSCO, Dr. Reddy headed various internal divisions like medical devices, biologicals, new drugs, import and registration, and others. He is the recipient of the Best Drugs Inspector Award in 2005, Best Drugs Control Officer in 2016, and the Distinguished Alumni Award from Manipal Academy of Higher Education in Manipal. He has organized numerous trainings for CDSCO officials to enhance their knowledge and make them competent. He has conducted risk-based inspections to ensure the quality of drugs being marketed in India. He works with a great enthusiasm and is committed to safeguard and enhance the public health by assuring the safety efficacy and quality of drugs, cosmetics and medical devices. He has a very difficult role to perform because on the one hand, he has to take care of the health of the public, and at the same time, he takes care of the manufacturer to ensure that he rises to meet the global challenges. So with these few words, may I request our chief guest and keynote speaker, Dr. Aishwarya Reddy, to please address us. Over to you, sir.
ये लैपटॉप का इधर लैपटॉप लगा सकते हैं नहीं आई थिंक यू कैन सिट ऑन द
In any case, all eyes will be on him only, so there is no point in our sitting here.
Respected Dr. Viranchi Shah, National President, Indian Drugs Manufacturers Association. He is also my family friend. His son and my daughter studied same college in Ahmedabad. Thank you, Dr. Viranchi, for part of this workshop. Shri Daara Patel, Secretary General, IDMA, colleagues from CDSCO, Dr. Naresh Sharma, Deputy Drugs Controller, Dr. Jayant Kumar, Mr. Akash, Assistant Drug Controller from CDSCO West Zone, Mr. Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal, who is the backbone behind this organizing the workshop. Thanks for all your support, Dr. Dharmesh. And Mr. Girish Wagela, I think all of you may be aware, the friends from the FDCA Gandhinagar, all my dear participants, those who are physically present here, and also those who have joined through online. First of all, very, very good morning to all of you. So, as Naresh said rightly, he is closely associated with the Daman. In fact, when my service started at Mumbai, I was also very closely associated with the Daman. I think many of you may be seen me, and we work together when we have done audit of your facilities. And I have very memorable days here when I was in Mumbai, and when I'll see all the new faces. But it is nice to see all them. They become day to day more younger. Even after 15 years when I'm meeting them. So it is actually very happy to see them very active and younger compared to earlier. I would like to also welcome Muddasab, who is one of the great speaker. And this is the quality culture. He is actually by his very favorite subject. And he's also giving training to the various industries through IDMA platform. And he is the chairman of technical committee. Thank you, Muddasab, for accepting our invitation as a speaker. Friends, today's main first session is on quality culture as per the revised Schedule M. First of all, before I'll go for this, why we have chosen Daman as one of the center for conducting this particular workshop. In fact, this credit goes to our Honorable DCA, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvamshi sir. In general, we conduct this type of workshop only in the metro cities and the major places. Even when we put up the proposal, initially, this particular program at Mumbai, and Dr. Raghuvamshi sir, he called me, say that why you are focusing only on the metros, why can't you focus on the clusters where actually the manufacturing units are located? So one of the cluster here is identified as a Daman. It is suggested by actually DCJ sir. This clearly indicate the cultural shift, what everybody we are doing here. Whether the cultural shift of regulators or the cultural shift of the industry or the cultural changes even at the day-to-day function at home or in the society. So today, as a regulator, we are here on the directions of the government of India. You see the cultural change. In fact, government of India's any government regulator job is to notify and to implement the regulation. It is not the government responsibility to train you, to educate you, to knowledge you. As a general principle, as industry, it is your role. But if you see the cultural shift, cultural changes, government and regulator is coming to you, your place. You understand my point, what I'm trying to say? So that means there is a lot of cultural changes. So we had to change our mindset, our behavior, our action from time to time. In fact, we have changed a lot. There is no doubt that we have not changed. Whether this change we can see either in the, for example, metro station, theaters, now wherever you can see, you have very good, disciplined people will stand in a queue compared to the earlier how crowd was there at the metro stations. And even if you see the cultural changes, the way we will respect the red signal. I'm not saying that we have changed completely. Okay, some extent we have changed. Because change, it does not come overnight. And if you want to make changes, only training is not sufficient. Okay, so we need to be educated on that particular culture or particular change. So I think there is a lot of difference between training and the education. If you see in simple language and general term, for example, we will train the dog. So whatever we'll give, train the dog, it won't question us that, why you are training me on this. If you say sit means it will sit. But if you see our children's, we will educate our children. The moment we are giving education to the children, the first question children ask that the question of why I should do this, why I should perform this, and what is the need. That means every question will come in that. In the education, there is also good thing is that there is a participation of everyone, engagement of everyone. So unless we educate the people, then we can change our culture. Education lead to the so many things. Why it is done, what is advantage, what is the disadvantage, what is the risk, what benefit you get with that change. A simple example, we will throw every day our waste from the home. If you see earlier days, we will throw just outside our home only. Okay, if you see the lot of cultural changes, even we will go and put it in the dustbin arranged by the government in a particular place. Or even still, some people just still they will throw outside their house. Whether that waste, unless if you give just trying to him, or you just a fine on him, okay, because of you have thrown this particular waste, or otherwise you jump the signal. If you find that particular person because of jumping the signal, whether he will change his culture, or even nowadays culture is that, okay, if somebody will jump the signal, somebody will offer the roses to the driver. Okay, that is either it is a reward or whether it is a punishment, whether it will change the culture. ठीक है वो रोज एक हफ्ते याद रहेगा उसको. After the 1 week, and even more simple example, during the New Year first, whenever the New Year starts, we have a lot of resolutions. We have so many resolutions. That resolutions maximum it will proceed for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or end of the January month. The moment February starts, even we'll forget what is the resolution we made. Resolution is made by ourselves. It is not by through somebody. Our own resolution. We also know that if I'll follow that resolution, I'll be a better person. Whether you made a resolution that every day I'll get up at 6 o'clock. Okay, why we fail that? Why there is no commitment for that? Because unless before that, first we should change our behavior. Behavior is the most important thing for the cultural shift. And I still remember Mr. Dr. Mudda Sahab also said in the earlier so many presentations, he said, quality culture means it is a very simple definition in a layman language even he has told. If you are doing right thing when nobody even see you, nobody is observing you, when nobody is there to observe you, still if you are doing a right thing, that is actually a quality culture. So even while we are traveling in a car, for example, you completed your Coke or any other drink, and once it is completed, you just down your glass in the car and you throw outside. You see, is there anybody? If nobody is there, we will throw. So this type of, we need to bring the cultural changes. But most important is the cultural changes at your family or in the society. Even if you're not followed the culture, it may not majorly affect on the system. It will affect on the system, but not that major. But if you are not following the quality culture in industry, especially pharma industry, it has a huge impact. I think you know very well how the quality is going to be influenced on the public health. So with this background, in this revised schedulium, there is a mandate provision on quality culture. So that is the reason we have included this as one of the topic to to educate all the manufacturers. So what is the role and importance in that? So with this background, before I will go to the next, my presentation, I will give brief idea about. So just brief idea about what is the background. Are you able to see the slides? Even last row? That's great. So I'll give just brief background about this, my topic, quality culture, issues and challenges, what industry is facing, why GMP is required, reasons for the revision of GMP, components of GMP, and quality culture. So as a industry, you are playing very, very important role in the public health care. I think medicines plays very important role. Even if you see everybody is home, we have a small medical shop at home. You agree with that? You name any therapeutic category, it is available in your home. Whether it is analgesic or antibiotic or antihypertensive, or you name anything, because of at least one of that particular person who need this medicine, that is there, he is there at home. So then, as earlier our national president said rightly, this quality, you should assume that you are going to take that particular quality of the medicines. So that's a medicines plays very, very important role. And as an Indian drug regulator, we ensure the safety, efficacy, and the quality of the product, which is our mandate. So we regulate actually import, manufacture, sale, and distribution. And most important, our industry is not only taking care about the Indian public health, we are also taking care about the global health. Our Indian pharmaceutical industry market size is more than 4 lakh crore worth of the rupees. It is actually a sunrise industry. Out of that, more than 2 lakh crore is exports. Every country in the globe is looking at India for the medicines. The reasons are simple. Very two are the major reasons. One is because of quality, that is a global standard we are complying, as well as the affordability. Our price is very, very reasonable compared to the any other manufacturer supplying from the global source. Because of these two reasons, we have great added advantage. But again, as somebody at Dara Patel Sahab said rightly, whatever the quality you are exporting, we should give better quality even than the exports to our Indian population first. So, and again, compliance to the GMP is a mandatory thing. It is not a optional. So somebody think that, GMP is not it is just a guideline. It is not a guideline. So the Schedule M is a regulation, is a part of the drug rules. It is a mandatory for the licensee to comply with the Schedule M requirements. And what are the major challenges the at present industry is facing? So one of the major challenges is multi-product manufacturing facilities. In the same given facilities, generally I'm talking not to the specific to the some companies, especially if you see leave it WHO GMP facilities, non-WHO GMP facilities. I know in one particular given site, you name any dosage form they are manufacturing. They manufacture tablet, capsules, injectables, external preparations, oral liquids, all dosage form at one given. In addition to this, you will have a many loan license activity. But is it really possible to comply all the GMP requirements with such multi-dosage form facility? And I always says that the many of the even manufacturers, they themselves don't know how many product permissions they are holding. Even if you ask yourself how many products you are holding the license, it is, I don't think so. You, unless in your renewal time, you go on, check that what are your product list, and that too only that regulatory person, because he has to pay fee for that products, he know how many products he may be having. Otherwise, in your organization, can you anybody say that those who are working in production, you know all products of what product permission you are holding? All strains, all brands, all dosage forms. So your basket is so big. But out of that basket, actually the number of products you produce is very limited only. But you have a huge basket, maybe without having much data for relating to that particular product. Another major challenge with the industry is that lack of formulation development facilities. So most of the companies, especially the small scale companies, they don't have in-house. Or in fact, sometimes even they don't have the data relating to the excipient compatibility, stability studies, or even by BAB requirement, which are a mandatory under the law. So without this data, how we can assure the quality of the drug? This is one of the major concern at present. And above all, today's topic related to the quality culture at all the levels and lack of continuous training and the data integrity issues. And why? What is the importance of quality in pharma industry? Pharmaceutical industry is a completely different industry from the other products or other services industries. And that is the reason you may be seeing that why the GMP requirements applicable only for pharma. Why GMP is not applicable to the, for example, electronic industry or a cement industry or any other industry? Because they are also manufacturers. For example, mobile manufacturer, so whether GMP is applicable for them? Why it is not applicable for them? Why it is specifically required for the pharmaceutical industry? The reasons for this is, the first and most important thing is, in pharmaceutical industry, all individual units what we are releasing into the market are not tested. It is actually, our industry is a very peculiar industry. What you test, it is not going into the market. You understand? For example, you produce the 1 lakh tablets in a batch. Out of 1 lakh, you tablets. What you tested 100, it is not actually going into the market. What you have not tested remaining, that is going into the market. So that means the assumption is that if this 100 tablets passes our quality requirements, we assume that the remaining all tablets also will passes. That is assumption. That assumption will be true provided if that particular batch is produced under the complete GMP conditions. If GMP conditions are not followed, there is no any assurance that the product, untested product which is going into the market, is complying with the standards or not. You understand first point? So second and most important is, as a consumer patient, when he purchasing the medicines, whether he has any idea about the quality of the medicines what he is purchasing. In case of any other products, like for example, electronic goods like mobile phone or TV, while you are purchasing, you have some idea about the quality. At least you can see what is the memory and what is the size of the screen, what is the color of the color option, and you have sound. You can check many quality parameters before you purchase. But can you check any quality parameters before purchasing the medicine? So that is the reason why GMP is applicable only for the pharmaceutical industry. And third and another important here, in case of medicines, consumer don't have any choice. Means whether consumer can ask the doctor or the pharmacist, you write this medicine, this brand, this strength for me. हम मोबाइल खरीद करने के लिए हमारा choice है ना. We ask our particular brand, particular color, or particular future. We have, as a consumer, we have a choice. And in case of a medicines, consumer don't have a choice. And this is actually another reason why medicine prices only government is regulating. Why mobile prices are not regulated by the government? Mobiles also, if you see, there is a lot of variation in the price. It may be available in the 2,000 rupees, it may be available in the 2 lakh rupees. But end of the day, consumer is paying that. Why government is not controlling the prices of mobile phones? So consumer have some information about that product. Wherever consumer has some information, that is called the symmetry of the knowledge. That means both the seller and purchaser, both they have the knowledge. Then government, they don't involve. Wherever knowledge is restricted only to one side. When I'm purchasing the medicine, I don't have any knowledge. I don't have any, whatever doctor prescribed and whatever the pharmacist has dispensed and whatever the quality assured by the manufacturer and the regulator, I am purchasing the medicine. I'm a blind. So that's why government will involve and control the prices of the medicine. And mostly the consumer have trust and confidence on the quality of the drugs because of you as a manufacturer. They will trust you because you are a licensed manufacturer. You produce the medicines as per the defined standards. And in case of a drugs, another very important is whether it is a low and high doses, both harm to the consumer. For example, instead of paracetamol 500 milligram on the label, if you give paracetamol 600 milligram, you may not able to claim that मैं 100 milligrams ज़्यादा दिया आपको. ऐसा बोल सकते हैं. High also is a risk, and low also is a risk. And another the issue concerned with the quality is that if we are not following GMP, that lead to the not of standard quality, which will harm the health, affect the reputation of the company, as well as your business. I think this, you all are aware about this, why GMP. Actually, what is the objective of the GMP? The objective of the GMP, as aware, first is to avoid mix-ups. This is one of the general issue what we observe in the industry. And another objective is to avoid the contamination, as Dharmesh said rightly, and it also avoids the cross-contamination. And most important thing is to produce consistent quality. So consistency is, in fact, very difficult to define also. So in fact, always I'll give example that if the assay value is, our limit of assay, for example, IP says 90 to 110%. If you produce some batches at 92%, and all your batches are 92% only, that means there is a consistency, whether it is acceptable. The 92 is within the limit, and 92 is the remain in the all the batches. So what is the consistency? Whether 95% is consistency or 97% is the consistency. So this, and what type of you have fixed your in-house specifications, and what you are cautious, what your quality culture in your organization, that will reflect. And it will avoid the any errors. And another objective is to ensure the quality of the drugs and patient safety. Finally, to meet the requirements of intended use. You have any idea about, can you give an example for that, to meet the intended use? Hmm? For the purpose actually it is manufactured. So that will ensure the quality of the drugs and the patient safety. So it is for the intended use means simply, one of the example is, for example, you are producing any cough syrup preparation and supplying in bottles. The product is everything you manufactured as per the qualities prescribed by you, as per the standards, complying with all the standards. But if the consumer is not able to open the cap, somebody, you have made everything excellent, but he is not able to open because of you have put such a design is not properly made. If he is not able to open the cap, that means is your intended use is complying or not. So that means everything till the customer is used, what is the purpose it is meant, so what is the intended use of that particular product, it has to be met. And this slide talks about, and you may be thinking that why government is amending the GMP requirements from the time to time. I think Dharmesh also said this is implemented, changed after 20 years. And since 1961, we have hardly 4 times we have amended the Schedule M. And what is the need for making amendments to the Schedule M? See, one of the major need to revise the Schedule M is, as all of you know, GMP is a very dynamic in nature. It is a very dynamic. It is, what you have today, quality actually definition. Even after 5 years, 6 years, it will changes the definition of equality. So that's why there is a substantial improvement in the concept of quality. And as a India, we also should be, we may not able to really harmonize our standard with the global standards, but there is a need, at least we should do some convergence. Thereby our standards also on par with the international standards like WHO. The entire schedule what we have recently published, the basic fundamental principles, procedures are adopted directly from the WHO standards. I think this we have already quoted in the regulation itself. And there is a huge technological developments. So even if you see, for example, the concept of use of IT technology in the production and the quality control testing. I think nowadays the way BMR, e-BMRs are coming up, the way limbs has come up, the way the robots are used in the manufacturing facility, the way now artificial intelligence are used in the risk assessment, risk management. So there's a lot of technological advancement. So unless the guidelines, regulations also will address this issue, then it is easy for the regulators and the manufacturers to implement that particular standard. And there are new formulation, new therapies are coming up, even whether it is a stem cell or a gene therapy or a proteomics. So the regulations also should be made available to the industry and the stakeholders with respect to that. And there's a lot of quality awareness, and also there is a need for the quality culture in India. And there are first time a lot of new products made in the revised schedule M. The first time the the pharmaceutical quality system concept was used. If you see the major difference between earlier GMP schedule M and current, is that earlier GMP says what you should do. Now this also says that what you are doing. That means the current schedule says also the reasons. That means it is completely giving what is the principle, what is the objective of having particular provisions. Okay, so that's the first time we have included the concept of the pharmaceutical quality systems, where it is clearly stated the manufacturer must assume the responsibility of the quality. Even if you see the current earlier, even in the current act, current rules, earlier schedule M also, nowhere it is stated manufacturer assume the responsibility of the quality. But the first time in the revised schedule M says that you are responsible. And another very important point is that the senior management has the ultimate responsibility. That means as a QC head or a QA head or a production, and also current schedule just everyone involved, whether it you are maintenance department, QA or QC, everybody is responsible for the quality. You may not able to escape tomorrow. I am not responsible for the quality. Only you ask the QA person. So as per the revised schedule M, all people, those who are working in the organization, engaged in the production of the pharmaceuticals, are responsible for the quality. So that's why you have a very, very important role to play. That is the reason why we are organizing this. There is a need for change in the quality culture. As a drug regulator, we may not able to just be in your organization while you are producing everyday medicine. So we may not able to stand in front of you while you are making a batch every day. So it is all based upon trust and confidence. As a regulator, we believe you that you are manufacturing that particular batch as per the what procedures you have prescribed and what government has laid down the standard. So that is the reason in the quality culture, even doing the right things when nobody is watching you. And first time that they use the word consistency in the quality. If you see the old schedule M, nowhere it is mentioned the term consistency in the quality. So these terminologies first time has included in the revised schedule M. So when our inspector come and audit you, he will ask a simple question. Can you show me any evidence of this particular product for the consistency in the quality? So what document you will produce to the inspector? Sorry? APQR. Very good. So for that, whatever AP, that is the reason next fall, the next slide I will show. So that the management responsibility to review the APQR. It is APQR is not just a compilation. In that, actually, it will give a complete trend of your that particular product. So whatever the irrespective of size of your company, these regulations are common for everybody. So that's why you may not able to claim that I am a small scale company and this APQR concept is not applicable for me. So these provisions, whatever new provisions, so you should be ready to have the evidence for the compliance to the new provisions made in the Schedule M. And you should also have the product and process knowledge. This is very important. What evidence you have with respect to the product and process knowledge? What document you will show? You should have a product knowledge also, knowledge also. For example, granulation. If you are following the wet granulation method, why wet granulation? Earlier, drug inspector don't ask you why you are following only wet granulation. He will ask you, okay, you show me the process validation, other thing. Okay, now your document also show why you are following the wet granulation only. Why not other? That means you should have a process knowledge also for that particular product. So that's why the product and process knowledge is very important. So whatever products you are going to produce, make sure that you have that complete information. Why this excipient is used, what is the role, why this percentage of excipient only is used. So there should be a proper justification backed by the scientific evidence for that particular issue. And all materials what you are using, it should be only from the approved vendor. And let me know time, otherwise, Oh, 5 minutes. I have not started my topic. Okay, so I think I'll come to the major thing, the quality culture, which is the one of the major component of the GMP. In fact, if you see the entire GMP, we can classify into the 4 headings. Most important heading is the quality culture. Even if you have a state-of-art facilities, very good facilities, and you have a very highly validated processes, highly qualified equipments, if that operator don't have a quality conscious quality culture, can you get the good product? So that's why quality culture plays very important role in the organization. You have a money, you must have put up a state-of-art facility and state-of-art equipment, and you have well-trained, experienced personnel. But if he has not, you don't have properly trained quality, educated quality person, then you don't get a quality of the product. Second most important, process and product knowledge. Unless if you have complete formulation development data, excipient compatibility, stability studies, BAB, all the data which is mandatory required, then only you are able to, that all the information relating to that are also stated. Third very important component is the documentation. You are well aware. Facilities is one of the component. Generally, whenever the government revise the any schedule or requirement, everybody talks about facility only first. अरे सर मेरे पास इतना पैसा नहीं है लगाने के लिए facilities improve करें. Facility is one of the component. Even where there is no financial much implication, like to implement quality culture, what financial implications you required? Your commitment, your behavior, your attitude. To change your behavior, change your attitude, management no need to spend any much money. And just I will go through a little fast because other speakers are also waiting. If you see with the quality culture, actually quality culture is defined in it mainly as a shared belief. It is the most important. Values, attitudes, and behavior patterns that characterize the members of an organization. Behavior plays, mindset, behavior, actions plays very important role. This actually quality culture means it works beyond just a compliance. I think the National President IDMA Viranchi said very nicely, compliance is a tail. So whatever we produce the thing, not just because of the to comply the regulations, we have to do X and Y, Z. No. That is the by in actually, if you do everything automatically by default, you do the compliance to all the regulatory requirements. So This quality culture actually it works beyond the complaints. And you know very well, the cost of prevention is much less than the corrections and the remedial cost. So I'm not going into much details about that. That's why human behavior flows from mainly three main sources. One is emotion and knowledge. How we can change our behavior. I'll show you in the next slides. And we cannot change the culture without changing the behavior first. आप कितना भी ट्रेनिंग दे दो, वो ट्रेनिंग से बिहेवियर चेंज नहीं होता है unless you educate him. ये आप गलती किया तो what are the consequences with something if you do wrong? And you should be part of that family. You should feel that it is my company. Does not mean that you should write the company in his name. Okay, but yeah, that inbuilt intrinsic happiness, intrinsic feeling should come. Then only he will change his behavior. Otherwise, just even if you give promotion, if you increase his salary, or you give some perks, this does not change his behavior. This only change his behavior only for the limited period. आप एक प्रमोशन दिया, एक नहीं तो एक increase salary something, and you have designation that have impact of 15 days or 1 month. After 1 month again behavior is back to the normal. That commitment, sincerity, everything will changes. So to keep his behavior is always good. How many promotions company will give? How much salary? We may not able to increase the salary every month to change his behavior. You understand my point? So that's why rewarding a punishment is not the criteria for the change of the behavior. And most important thing is quality culture. It leads to the sustainable compliance. I think you know what is sustainable compliance. So that's why whatever the actions, whatever the behavior we consciously do in the interest of the patient's health, especially when no one is looking at you. What it is very simple actually. If you do that, it is actually normal to do. There is no much rocket science in there for changing the behavior. And it is actually give a lot of job satisfaction for you. In fact, if you see, even if the salary is increased, that satisfaction is a limited period. But if you are really quality conscious, if you change your attitude, behavior in your organization, the way you get the respect from the colleagues, from the management, that is incredible. So that does not, get satisfaction. For example, when everybody, see, you ask any particular person, what is your achievement? Your achievement is not a promotion, not your salary. You just turn back and see your achievement, what new product you have introduced, how you have improved the quality of the product. When this particular product was always have some issues, but you have identified, you have done the root cause, and you have corrected that issue. That is the satisfaction. That is the reward. उसके लिए पैसा से हम खरीद नहीं कर सकते. You got my point? That's why if you change the cultural shift in your organization, the way you get the satisfaction, that is much, much beyond the financial motivation. So unfortunately, in our organization, whenever there is any error, cultural errors, how does your superior reacts for that? How your co-workers, this is actually plays very important role. हम सबसे पहले डांटते हैं. As a superior, as subordinate को always will blame him. But that's senior, he don't know that one day he will also do some error and somebody else also will blame him. Blaming, scolding, and punishment is not actually the right way to change the attitude or behavior of the person. So that's why if you see the carrot and stick approach, this does not work for changing for bringing the culture in the organization. So that's why if you see how we can connect the dots of communicating, Especially the communication is very, very important in the organization. So the culture of quality, it is actually very simple, normal, and good satisfaction, very easy to implement. That lead to the actually good implementation of the quality management system. That is systems, improve the knowledge, improve the variation, improve especially the behavior, and which will lead to the implementation of the any standard or the regulation. And there are major challenges to implement the quality culture. This is a general challenge we come across in our industry. Most important is that there is a pressure to make medicines more affordable. बार बार आपको मैनेजमेंट बोलता है यार इसका प्रोडक्शन कास्ट कम करो. Especially this is a major problem in the API. Because to compete the prices of the in the market, always company keep a lot of pressure on that. You reduce the cost of production. So for that, we had to change our culture. So there may be which lead to compromise in our working culture and early introduction to the market. This is another lot of pressure. वो company already introduce किया, हमारा बहुत late हो गए product introduction करने के लिए. So there is a lot of pressure on you to introduce any new product, which also affect on your culture in the organization. There is an intense pressure to make new medicines available faster and new science and technologies. And there is always any new particular manufacturing one particular equipment came into the market sign. If your management want to introduce, वो जबरदस्ती लगाता है आपका ऊपर in the facility. Then he don't share that particular what is the intent, what is the purpose, what is the advantage of that particular equipment, why you are installing in the facility. You don't educate him first. Even he is not aware that shop floor fellow, you are bringing new equipment in the facility. So then it does not motivate him. So if you discuss with him before purchase, if you involve him in the why you are purchasing new equipment, what advantage, disadvantage, then he will have a proper cultural shift to adapt to that new equipment. Otherwise इसको लगता है and sometimes वो बहुत criticize भी करते हैं, अरे सर पहले पुराना equipment अच्छा था, ये नया क्या तुम कचड़ा लाया. So when he is not satisfied, though it is a good mission, good yield, but he don't work properly, and he always criticize. If any problem comes, he will blame that equipment only. So that's new science and technologies and compliance to the new regulations is also another great challenge as a part of the quality culture. The acute shortage of skilled and experienced people also great problem. If you ask in any of your company, if I ask you, do you have adequate staff? Can you raise your anybody in your company you have adequate staff? This is not only applicable to you. Even if you ask me, you ask the same question to me. In your CDSU, do you have adequate staff? I also don't raise my hand. So this is actually a great challenge, which will actually lead to lot of stress on us. आप दो तीन लोगों का एक बंदा काम करना पड़ता है. It then thereby compromise in the system, cultures, procedures, regulations, practices, and an uncertainty of the management. अचानक वो कंपनी मर्ज हो गया, एक्विजिशन हो गया, पता नहीं मैं रहेगा नहीं रहेगा कंपनी में. This is one of the major challenge in the organization. Then आप कितना भी train करो, educate करो उसको, ये quality culture means ऐसा होना चाहिए. You should do like this. You have given very good training and education, but when that company is merged with the other company, then it is a completely gone case. That means there is a lot of pressure, stress on him to implement the quality culture in the organization, and also sometimes extreme weather conditions. You are working in Daman very nicely when your management has set up one facility in the Kashmir, Srinagar, and you transferred from here to Srinagar. And all your quality culture, whatever your commitment, everything. So that means what I'm trying to say that there's a lot of factors will influence on your behavior, your attitude, your actions. Whatever you trained, whatever you have given education, everything, it is not going to be stable at any environment conditions and any situations. But if you want to make your management to be stable, आप घर में बिठाओ, किधर भी बिठाओ, ये बंदा यही काम, वही काम करेगा, same. When it is possible. I will show you in the next slides. And another very important, globalization will have a very dramatic effects about the particular thing. So what behavior we should change? First of all, we should move from rule-based compliance to the engagement. The word engagement is very important. You have to engage each and every employee, whatever decision you are taking with respect to that particular operation, procedure, anything. Only engaged, passionate people will make things happen. As I said, when you are purchasing any equipment, you engage everybody in that chain, including the shop floor people. And very important thing, am every time I'm repeating, stop training the people, but you educate them. Education means all consequences with respect. We need to, your person should need to know the why and not just the how. After installing the new equipment, you should not just train them how to operate that equipment. Generally, what we do, we'll write an SOP, we'll tell him this is the way you should operate. But first, you should tell them why you brought that equipment. You satisfy him first. Then he will change the behavior. Second is, stop making the same mistakes. This is very important. It does not mean that you should make the new mistake every day, but sometimes you don't have an option also to make a new mistake when your systems are robust. And stop blaming the people for errors and fix the systems that created them in the first place. And very important, get management away from the meeting and emails. This is the problem in everywhere. Whether it is a government or private, always where your boss means my boss is in a meeting. Where is your vice president? Vice president is in a meeting. Where is your general manager? He is in a meeting. What is otherwise? Where is my boss is busy on mails. So then, where is the culture? So that's why it's a very important thing. They say that your get management away from the meeting and emails, and they should on to the shop floor where they add creative value. Management should be not in the meeting room. They should go to the shop floor. They should see that each and everything and where they should add value. So if the management will directly come and understand the things and add some value to the system instead of giving directions by sitting in the meeting hall, that does not change the behavior of the person. You agree this? And another, common sense to assess the risk, not emotion and assumptions. Unfortunately, in the government private sector में ये boss है ना बहुत emotionally बात करता है. ये यार तुम मेरा बच्चा है, ये बहुत अच्छा काम करता है. No, emotions does not work. ठीक है, वो एक हफ्ता काम करेगा, but it does not, go for a long period. Remove the complexity and removing everything that adds no value. And most important, move from the COPA, that is corrective focus, to the prevention. Prevention is the much better way, and that must become the priority. And very important, involve your all people in the decision making. And to change also behavior, most important, be intrinsically motivated to do the right thing and know what the right thing is. What is the meaning of intrinsically motivated? By nature, you should have a family feeling. Motivation is not by promotion or increasing the salary or otherwise posting him in whatever the place you want. And they should have the ability to change. And new behavior must be simpler than the old one. And sometimes, which we want to make such a changes in that, so complex it is. But actually, new things should be more simpler rather than the old. And you must know in details how and why change must happen, and the new behavior must then be practiced until it become a habit that you do automatically. I can skip motivation and ability. Actually, ability means, it having the knowledge and context about the particular thing and the reasons why having the tools need to perform the task, whether it is a, for example, you given some task to the person, but to achieve the task, if you don't have that particular equipment or any particular procedure, any system, how you will achieve the task? So when you are giving any task to him, make sure that you have provided all the tools required to achieve that particular task. And this also talks about how we can change the behavior. Strong management commitment towards the maintaining and improving the quality culture. Most important, the commitment must be visible to the employees. This is the lack of this thing. Management will give a lot of big things. Okay, but that commitment should be visible to employees at all levels in the organization. So what is the management? Their commitment, that commitment should be visible. Whatever they have for decisions, whatever they have the actions, they first, that should be from top to bottom level, it should flow and everybody should see that particular what they want. A safe, fair, trusting and open environment between management and employees about all aspects of the quality culture. Then awareness and encouragement among the employees to question why they do and what they do. Generally, when subordinate ask the question why, then senior people feel so uncomfortable. ये बच्चा मुझे क्या पूछता है ये सवाल? But unless you respect that particular question, you respect his why he's asking, then you should encourage your people to ask that. Then only there will be a quality culture. So the main ingredients for the quality culture is, this is the most important thing. A mentality of we are all are in this together. That means we are all like a family. This culture we should bring in the organization. You are a part of the family. That means family means here whether it is a company or a supplier or a customer. The company company means not just as a building asset or employees, but also customers and suppliers. The goal is consistently win-win all parties. Second most important ingredient is open, honest communication is very vital. I think you know the meaning. I don't want to go details about that. So an important way to encourage the truth telling is by creating the culture where people listen to one another. So truth telling is not that easy. Third very important ingredient is the information is accessible. So whatever information, business leaders should be open about the sharing information on the company's strategic goals, because this information provides direction for what we will do next, and more importantly, direction for how to improve. And another important ingredient is focused on process. This is very important. Everyone should move away from the blame the person mentality to a blame the process and let's fix it. Fix it approach to problem and improvement. And another last, there are no success or a failure. This is a very important. In your life or anything, there is no actually a success or a failure, just learning the experience. The success failure is based upon your experience. An important insight is that failure and success are always a value judgment we form after the fact. We do the best we can based on our current experience, information, understanding. Whatever people speaks, whatever question they raise the question based upon their experience, their knowledge. That does not mean that he is wrong. If I am saying something means that is based upon my knowledge, my experience. I may be correct, I may be wrong. It does not mean that I am wrong. Because of you can say that my experience is inadequate. I am not wrong. So that's why we should never, there is no actually a success or a failure. The success failure based upon your knowledge, experience, and what information you have. This is the slide somewhere I like very much. Are you really too busy to improve? The way they have the particular wheels and somebody want to help you to provide the wheel, so everybody says we are very busy. It means they don't want the change. So they don't want to change the behavior. So to conclude, that's why I put the first sentence only, that doing the right thing when no one is looking at you. If you remember only this sentence, in fact, whatever I discussed for the 1 hour is the all information is the one side. If you remember only one sentence, that means your presence here is successful. Is agree? So, and the cultural shift based upon your behavior, mindset, actions, and process that provides a value. Your change does not come with the money motivation or a promotion motivation. And management should be at shop floor to add any value to that process or a product. Communication should be transparent with all stakeholders involved in that, and employee participation is another very important. The concerned people should be part of whatever decisions you are going to be taking. ऐसा नहीं है बहुत छोटा आदमी इसको क्यों बताने का ये change, but you should involve everybody. And the continual improvement in the quality is a very essential part of the change in the quality culture. If you have a proper quality culture that build the trust, confidence, and the quality, it will reduce the NSQ, product failure, and product recalls. Finally, it increases the efficiency, productivity, and profitability. And the main important take-home message is, for things to change, first, I must change. So thank you very much for your kind attention. And again, I'm saying you, this is not a training. Here, we are educating you. Okay? So, this education is for implementation and to follow. And रात को change नहीं होगा, but somewhere we have to start. Definitely will change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please bear with us for exactly 3 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes. Thank you. May I request our National President, Viranchi Bhai, to please come on the dais. We'll present a plaque as our token of love, affection, and gratitude to Dr. Ishwara Reddy. To Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal. Dharmesh ji, please come. Thank you. Shri Jayant Kumar ji.
See, if you see with this program, we are also doing live. Around 1,000 people are watching this. If you want, check this. So check we have shared the live also. You check this thing. That means this is the interest. Thanks for all your support and for this program.
Naresh ji, please आइए. I think you just bring the plaque because the balancing problem. Just get the plaque. The balancing act has to be done by the regulator. Thank you. To Dr. Viranchi Shah, our leader and our national president. May I request Naresh ji and Dharmesh to please come up. Jayant ji, please come. Thank you.
जब ये वर्कशॉप का डिस्कशन चल रहा था रेड्डी साहब के साथ में, था धर्मेश साहब वहां से कितने लोग आ जाएंगे? मैंने बोला सर 250 आप बुक कर दीजिए, है ना। एक्चुअली ये वर्कशॉप नेबरिंग स्टेट के लिए भी था, महाराष्ट्र फॉर द पालघर डिस्ट्रिक्ट एंड वलसाड फ्रॉम द गुजरात स्टेट। मैंने को रिक्वेस्ट किया, मैंने बोला सर ये दोनों का रजिस्ट्रेशन ब्लॉक कर दीजिए, ओनली कीप इट ओपन फॉर माय दमन पीपल। यदि मैं आपको 250 लोग नहीं दे पाऊंगा तो आप ओपन कर दीजिएगा, है ना। So today I am very happy to see all the industry, sir. Presently there is 277 people from the industry sitting on the chair, and 1,000 people, as sir told, they are seeing the online. Okay, so I am really happy for my industry people.
Actually, what Mr. Dr. Dharmesh said is true. In fact, we stopped the registrations online almost 10-15 days back only. So, in fact, the Daara Patel said, our limit of 270 is already crossed. That 2 weeks before. In fact, many people, Dharmesh is saying that more than another 70 to 100 people, they are waiting to register. But because our hall, we may not able to accommodate so many people. But you people are so lucky enough to be part of here. And I am sure for the one day presence here, definitely you carry a lot of messages, at the end of this program. Thank you very much for your attention and
We'll just honor our sponsors. Actually, the truth is that I told Dharmesh that we should have a bigger hall, but he said, "नहीं, थोड़ा बड़ा हुआ लगना चाहिए." So may I request our sponsors? They have been very kind to support us. So if there is a representative from Alchem, I would request, both of you, please come and receive a plaque on behalf of all of us. Thank you. Aristo, आइए sir. JB Chemicals, आइए. Thank you. McLeod's. Anybody from McLeod's? Please come. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We'll now take a short 15 minutes break for tea, coffee. Okay? And please assemble exactly at 1:45. Right? Thank you very much. Tea, coffee is here just on my left. Okay? So you're right.
Never 3 hours celebrated. And at least any percent, I need 68, sir. I ha, yen mukura. I got bangaro bhai. Huh?
Hello. Hello. I request everyone to please come back to your seats. I request all the participants to please come back to the seat. We are beginning our next session. I request the hotel management to please close the counter. I request all the participants to please come back to the seat. हाँ.
Hey, check. May I request all of you to please settle down? Those friends who are standing near the entrance, please come and take your seats. Melvin, can you please request all those who are outside to come inside and take their seats? Okay, please settle down. Tell them to sit down, please. Please take your seats. Can we close the door over there? Please close the entrance. All right, Sapna, please go ahead.
Welcome back, everyone. So our next speaker, he doesn't require any introduction. Next speaker is Mr. S.M. Mudda. He is the Managing Director of Misam Labs Limited, Malta. He is the Chairman of IDMA's Regulatory Affairs Committee. Today, he will be speaking on building of holistic quality culture. I request Mr. Mudda, sir, to please deliver his address and presentation. Mudda, sir.
A very good afternoon to you all. So everybody is back, right? Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah, thank you. So good afternoon to you all. Respected Dr. Ishwar Reddy, Joint Drugs Controller, India, the architect of Schedule M program. Prior to Schedule M was implemented and afterwards. And the presentation that I saw today, I'm being very honest, I've heard regulators all over the world. One of the best a regulator can speak, coming down to a cluster where actually people need this education. So thank you very much. In fact, I had told in Mumbai Schedule M workshop that 2011, 10th annual general meeting of PharmExcel in Hyderabad. At that time, the concept of pharmaceutical quality system was just evolving. I'm talking about 13, 14 years ago. And there I made a presentation on quality systems approach for CGMP implementation, and Sir was chairing the session. So he was so passionate. We had a lot of personal talk thereafter. This is something India needs. And it is very heartening to see that, sir, you are pursuing this thought ever since, in whichever positions you have worked, and therefore today we see a regulator who knows what Schedule M GMP or GMP as a concept from both the sides, the regulator as well as side. Then Mr. Dr. Viranchi Shah, National President, IDMA. Again, one of the most important persons to talk on the pharmaceutical industry. In last 2 years, I've heard him several times. He can explain the concept in a simple thing. So his example of lemon and a spoon conveys all that I'm going to speak in next 1 hour. And sir, that is for, you are there, I'm here. So what I'm going to speak for 1 hour, you said in 2 minutes. And it's trending now. As we speak, it is trending on YouTube. So thank you very much for giving end-to-end support to this initiative ever since you have taken over, and even before that. And your personal time and commitment that you are giving to this initiative is really credible. Dr. Naresh, DDC, another gentleman, DDC, Mr. Jayant Kumar, sir, Dharmesh Agrawal, sir, so, and Mr. Daara Patel, and all the participants. So let me begin my presentation with my very first slide. I can speak for half an hour on this slide alone, but this will give the summary of what I'm going to cover in short. I definitely need to skip what Dr. Viranchi told and Dr. Ishwar Reddy sir told, and the balance points, mostly I'll try to elaborate certain concepts that have been already touched upon since morning. So as you can see the collage here, it starts from left to right. So the first one is GMP. We are struggling to comply with GMPs because when we say compliance, I'm going to speak in my subsequent slide, compliance word is something that we are sort of trying to meet the expectations of somebody. Against adherence. Adherence is voluntary compliance based on your values and your own systems. But when compliance becomes a requirement of somebody, then we struggle. So we start with GMP. Then we work on product and process knowledge, use of the equipment. Then we move to pharmaceutical quality system, which is the foundation for quality culture, which is the link between the GMP and the quality culture, as we are going to see. There is a philosophy I always told that pharmaceutical quality management system is the philosophy behind the good manufacturing practice. It is the concept, and how I'll explain in detail as we go along. So let me position myself well. Yeah. So it is a philosophy, and then it is driven through top management commitment. We need a leadership commitment. And by leadership, I do not mean the owners and the managing directors. I think that is one thing that is still causing the gap between who leads the management. It is the people who hold the functions, they lead the management. It's not the owner investor. So I mean that management, if they get together, so system, GMP, system, and uh, top management commitment, that would lead to quality culture. Quality culture cannot be created, it evolves. So with this theme, let's get into the actual presentation. How do I manage this? And achieving quality culture is the, which one? No. Yes. So we are going to touch upon few things. Understanding what is culture, because this is the first time word I saw, and in no guideline world over, there is a section on quality culture. There is no requirement of quality culture as a practice. It is something, it is an overarching concept that oversees everything. And I thought it is important that since a full day workshop is being held only on this topic, it is a very important why we're talking this. Again, I don't want to sound praising Dr. Reddy, but I think but for him, what is not in the schedule as a section, to hold one full day workshop, it requires a real insightful understanding of how we are going to implement the GMPs. So I want to speak a bit about culture, understand the GMPs, identify what contributing factors are there, which have caused, which cause inconvenience in compliance with the GMPs, both technical as well as behavioral, the way forward adoption of systems approach, and creating a culture of quality. In those four parts, I'll be continuing this. Okay, so what is culture? There are some standard definitions, and I want to bring it to the manufacturing sector scenario. Culture is a shared system of beliefs, values, customs we as members of society use to interact with each other and is displayed in our behavior. Reddy sir has been emphasizing on one simple statement that we need to change our behaviors if we need to change our culture, and rightly so, sir. It is a combination of beliefs, values, and systems. Belief is different than knowledge. Believing and knowing is different. Believing does not need an evidence, knowledge needs. So believing is somebody, a true believer believes in what he believes is true, because that is his belief, like our belief in religion. But when it comes to knowledge, we need a truth of belief, right? So that is the difference. It's not the general belief, it is belief in the context of our science, of technology. So I'll come to that in next slide. Principles are principle is a fundamental truth that serves as a foundation for a system of belief. So a belief that is not founded on the principle is not a true belief, because it has no evidence of law, there is no guideline, there is no structure. So principle is a fundamental truth. Values, the core principles or standards that guide our behaviors and decisions. These are personal, while principles are universal, objective rules applicable to society. The values are personal. We bring it to the place of work where we go. When sir said that we need to change our behaviors, it starts from where? It starts from our values. What we bring to the place of work is what we are going to take it, to our system, and uh, it reflects on what an individual considers meaningful, such as honesty, respect, kindness, etc. So principles lays the foundation for our beliefs based on the guidelines and standards. Values guide our behavior consistent with the principles, and culture is what we display in our collective behavior. When we say a culture of a society or a community, it is a collective behavior, it's not individual. So that's how these three things are linked, in my opinion. I'm just trying to, taking it forward to workplace culture in the manufacturing sector, because we are all manufacturing people, and what happens at our site is what is, what goes to the patient. After all, whatever we talk, the ultimate thing is when we produce. So the shared values, practices, and behaviors that shape how employees interact, perform their duties and collaborate, it reflects on their attitudes towards quality and safety. I think, sir, you said the word attitude towards the end. Same thing. So our culture at the place of work is the manner in which we conduct ourselves, engage with our colleagues, engagement word again we use, engage with our colleagues, and what attitude we bring towards quality and safety. These things come to the workplace culture for the people who actually perform the task. Now, there is something more important than that, and that is the management and the owners and the leaders. The workplace culture is shaped by the managements who set the tone and expectation of the organization in terms of vision, goals, resources, people, and communication. So, senior management, leadership, and strategic choices directly affect the values, priorities, and day-to-day operations that define the culture of the manufacturing units. You can have multiple strategies. You can have a big plan for implementation of GMPs. Yes. Yeah, you can have big plan for implementation of GMPs, but ultimately, the strategy that we decide will be implemented only if you have good values. The statement is culture eats the strategy for breakfast. So it means you can have big plans, but if you don't have culture, it is a non-starter. I think that is a key message. Right. Now, why I keep coming to my favorite elephant, which Mr. Daara said is elephant, there I said yes, without which I cannot speak. So I'm now coming to the difference between the statement I want to elaborate, culture is for breakfast. So we believe we know the GMP. Not for nothing, we are the largest manufacturer of the world, but third largest, and we have I'm proud of what we have achieved. But still, when we talk of the sustainability and scalability, sir, you was the word sustainable. I'm adding one more term, scalable. What we achieve today, if you are able to maintain it and grow from there, then you are going to be the global player of that standard. Now, our challenge in any evolving, country where regulations are evolving, this is the challenge globally for all developing nations. That how do you make your compliance sustainable and scalable? For that, we don't need knowledge of GMPs. We need a system that allows delivery of GMPs on an ongoing basis, and that is pharmaceutical quality system. So we'll have to examine, I'm going to examine few things about what our perceptions of GMPs are. My request is not to take this as a criticism of our industry. I'm one of the proud pharmacists of the nation. Last 50 years I'm working, and I'm very happy that I work for India, and whatever we have achieved in India is really remarkable. But notwithstanding that, we have to move to the next level of compliance, make it automatic, make it normal, easy, rewarding. The terms are used in one of our slides. How do we achieve that? Only when we know what are our blind spots. What do you think GMP means to us? And overcome that, then we'll go to next. And from that standpoint, I want to focus on a couple of slides to understand whether our understanding towards GMP needs a correction, needs a different perspective. So this elephant in the room is a picture created by Express Pharma for my article that came there. Have you recognized whether the industry has recognized the elephant in the room? Meaning, our response, which is for short-term compliances to GMP failures that happened last 10 years, it continues to happen. Is it the right approach, or we have a skewed perceptions of GMP? So GMP taken in isolation, if we talk of deviation system or data integrity system, or any specific element of the GMP, if you take and focus on that, we are not dealing with the whole animal. So GMP is a larger concept than only responding to day-to-day activities based on the failures or inadequacies pointed out by somebody else. Proactively, we need to understand what GMP means and create a company system to deal with that. That is the message of this elephant. And here again, with a lot of humility, I would like to tell that people need to be reminded more than they need to be instructed. We are not instructing anybody. We are here to remind each other as to what have we achieved and what is the unfinished agenda, task in front of us. And that is understanding GMP in its entirety. GMP, as the name suggests, followed by tradition. I don't have to tell that if you traditionally follow the practice, India being such a vast nation, I have managed sites from Pondicherry up to Sikkim. And nobody can tell better than me in 18 manufacturing plants, the way people perceive what GMP means and the way they understand and practice can change significantly unless you have some uniform system of working within the company. I'm coming to that part. That's the system part. But if we did not do, left to themselves to understand GMP as a requirement and allow them to create their procedures and follow, we'll always have the differences between the sites which are unmanageable. So a practice is followed by tradition, and it is very difficult to change tradition. How of a practice is known, why is rarely known. Again, Reddy sir made the point about why. When children come to us, they ask why. Therefore, they know the purpose of what they are doing. So without knowing the purpose of GMP, if you want to implement, then it is not scalable. Risk averse, compliance oriented approach means you do everything only to make sure that you pass through inspections or you have immediate requirement to fulfill that. Contributing factors. Can I get that, please? No. Okay, yeah. So I'll continue because I'm going off and on from the mic, yeah. Hello? No. Can you hear me, please? Thoda loud. Can you hear me? Yeah, thanks. I'm more comfortable now because I was struggling. Fine. So, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. In fact, I would like to respond to that similar analogy with context of my presentation. Let me see where I can put it. So again, I say people need to be reminded. So our approach to GMP compliance is risk-averse, compliance-oriented, short-term. So contributing factors are more behavioral and technical. My last 20 years practice from 2000 to 2000, almost 24 years now, I'm in this what we call as a regulated market. So my learning, my first 20 years and the next 20 years is substantially different. And what I found is that the moment somebody is watching and somebody is trying to inspect us and tell that, we take a step back, we become risk averse and we do only what is the minimum that is required to be done, rather than doing what we did voluntarily, free of any anxiety, any burden. That somebody is watching was, at least for me, was not the reason for me to do what I was doing at the plant. Possibly that has gone off because of this issue. So we have to be very clear that what behaviors are, again, behaviors have to be changed. Technically, we are the strongest. Our plants are the best in the world. Knowledge level, nobody can compare. I'm running my business in Europe for 6 years, so I can tell you from the employees they work with, due respect to everybody, nobody can match our abilities in terms of our intelligence, our hard work. There's no question about that. Despite that, the behaviors that are imposed on us, which became defensive, restrictive, for the fear of failure, I think that has slightly put us aside. And we have, very unfortunately, I used a very carefully phrase, a worded phrase, unpleasant recurring surprises that we keep getting. We don't deserve the outcome of that is publicly pronounced, but then the surprises are there only because of this one reason. If you get over that, we'll be definitely, we are the pharmacy of the world, we will be the pharmacy of the world. And therefore, why in all our talks, our national president as well as the entire IDMA board and all of us, we have welcomed Schedule M with open hands, is that it is moving from practice to philosophy. It is moving from GMP to PQS. So I think that is something significant step that has been taken by the government, and something very important that has happened in our life cycle as an industry that will take us to next levels very, very soon. So our compliance with GMPs at the moment seems to be consistently inconsistent. We do comply, but we don't know when we are not going to comply. The next inspection will tell us. Right. So I think we have to get over that. And I don't like the word somebody telling that we should be all inspection ready. It again brings us back to the same point that working for inspection, we are not. We are not working for inspection. We are not working for GMPs, just as we did not work. All the companies, first 50 companies of India, they became whoever they were. That time there were no PQs, there was no PQR, there was no nothing. Even quality assurance term itself was not heard when we started. but there was a commitment, there was a culture. We knew we were working for patients, and what we need to do, we should do it with values and principles. That's all about it. Today, that has become now regulation, expectation, guidelines, and global education system. But anyway, when you have to scale it up at the level of a nation, naturally all these things are required. But that is all within us. I'm slightly changing topic just to tell you that the wisdom tradition that India has, the foundation of that wisdom tradition has brought us to this place today. I mean, we are here not because of any fluke, despite all the pressures, all the criticism, we still are a formidable country and formidable industry. And our dream of whatever 2013, 47 of becoming $500 billion is going to come true, because we're really building on the firm foundation of what we have created so far. Right. So some of our blind spots. See, and I'm talking about the operating people. Again, don't take me wrong. This is somehow gets ingrained in our culture. We don't even think. Today we're here sitting here whole day to think about a single topic, culture, what it is new thing. I'm sure it will be a very remarkable and very, very memorable day in your lives that we sat to 300 people, 400 people and deliberate on one single topic that India did not deliberate until now. See the importance of the event that we're talking. And therefore, I want to remind of certain blind spot that should we throw out of the window, throw out of our mind immediately today itself. That equating product quality with compliance and certification is wrong. Certification does not mean that you have product quality. And we have been celebrating the success of getting GMP certification, getting one marketing authorization, and we say that we can manufacture product quality. Yes, there is only your intent that is certified by the inspectors, not the actual activity. Actual activity follows. I think that's one blind spot you have to remove, and you have to stop incentivizing the people for achieving these targets. They are not the targets to be rewarded, because these are outcome-based targets. You know, what is the outcome is not so important as much as what process we follow to achieve the outcome. And that process is our system. I think we need few things. I have drawn this. It's not, first of all, it's not all my knowledge. It is all collected, pooled from the global leaders. And what I feel appeals to me, I've captured this. This is coming from a book, Flawless by McKinsey. The book is very, very interesting book. It gives really very good insights about what is ailing the pharmaceutical industry globally. So a couple of things they say. Quality is not a product selection factor. And sir, you have been speaking in Bangalore, that patient cannot decide what he wants. It is someone else, it is us, and the regulators are watching us to make sure that patient safety is maintained. So quality is not a product selection factor. Absence of an effective consumer feedback means quality culture is largely shaped by the regulators' guidance. Our regulators were lucky, it is a cultural change, sir, you told, and we are witnessing that you are coming here and talking to us. As against regulators globally, not. They say yes to us or no to us. If they say yes, we are won. If they say no, we are lost. It's not the case. Regulators can never, ever, with due respect, be more involved in the activities as much as you are. You know the best thing, what's happening. So I think we should always keep that balance about what you are doing and what is expected of you. Need to comply with regulatory requirements has led to a cultural emphasis on compliance rather than product quality. Don't equate one with another. Lacks the lean backbone that is required for strong quality culture. It is in the larger context of comparing our industry with automobile, aerospace, semiconductor industry, their quality systems. So we lack the strong backbone of manufacturing that those industries have. We are still, getting there. Senior management rely either on success of product approvals and audits. I said that it is difficult to make a case for investing in quality improvements. The market focused on sales and R&D performance and sufficiently reward quality and operational excellence. It is a fact very often we encounter, and there has to be a shift from there. What do regulators expect? Amongst all those things, every day, I'm openly saying warning letters and all of the criticism that comes. What are they expecting? If you ask me in one single sentence, once somebody walks in, first day or the day and a half, they're going to judge who you are and what they're going to see. Please take this as my advice to you. I've gone through maybe 100 inspections myself, and I have never missed one single inspection in my lifetime of WHO, pre-qualification, Europe, MHRA, and FDA. It is only to understand what actually is happening. So I was part of every single inspection and with the inspectors throughout, 100. So I know their only job is to see how the failures are handled in the company. whether companies investigate with a view to find the root cause or simply stop at remedial actions. Are they transparent in approach of investigation, or are they in a defensive denial mode? So one very famous statement, yesterday I was at a conference 2 days ago at Bangalore, quality management maturity, and I was talking to a senior lady from Eli Lilly who went through QMM pilot. So she referred to this statement. Globally, this statement of Janet Woodcock, ex-FDA commissioner, was a very renowned and very insightful regulator she was. So she made this statement, and it's very popular. Pharmaceutical quality management is lacking, and we are not anywhere near where we need to be. And it seems as though industry's objective today is to continue to meet regulatory standards, which are minimal expectations, versus adopting a commitment to high quality medicines, which should be voluntary. I think that is the key message. So now I'm moving from GMP to a concept of self-managed, proactively managed quality systems approach, which will make our GMP sustainable and scalable. And this is one of the key pain points of all the regulators, because even they do random checking. They cannot really be, as you told, sir, you cannot be there every time, and batches are being manufactured. It's up to us. So I think commitment from the people who are sitting in the room. I think you're all senior leaders representing QA, operations, engineering. You are the management, not the investor is the management. So unless you understand this responsibility works voluntarily, this is not checked in inspections. This is expected of you. How you deal with, criticism, failures, all that. So I think this is one of the very important slides. I'm trying to talk about what corrections we need to do to our thinking, the blind spots we remove, and clear our mind. One more aspect. Yes, I've been talking myself, my journey from GMP to PQS started from there. 2008, somewhere there is a slide. I'll quickly show it to you. Yeah, this is the slide. I was invited to speak in 2009 in Chennai on this topic, developing India as a global outsourcing base for manufacturing. Things were looking very good, exports were good, we're very strong in the US. So what are the key things we need to do to maintain what we achieved? And I was young then, and very concerned as to really will be able to do. So I did a lot of work based on my own experience, and these 4 things I presented. What will be the key growth drivers? And you see, that's what is happening today. It's so heartening to see. Design and maintenance of GMP compliant manufacturing facilities meeting global regulatory expectations. We get 10 out of 10 as India. Our facilities are the best in the world in terms of everything, fabric, utilities, and all of that. Introduction of companies quality management system consistent with global regulatory requirements and customer expectations. You blend these two together and create your own fit for purpose pharmaceutical quality management system. And it is not very heartening to see that we at the operating level, all of us, I'm part of you because I represented manufacturing for 4 decades, manufacturing quality system. We have no time to go beyond GMP. We have not been trained, educated to understand how to create a quality system. I'm jumping the sequence, but I thought it's more relevant. This was my thought in 2009, and 15 years later, when I see those who are authorized to write work instructions, are authorized to write quality system element documents, which are system procedures. System procedures are guidelines. They represent the intent of the management. So they have to be written by people who can think about a system and not people who practice the system. I think this is one of the key issues that I have seen in the industry. Our change management, deviation controller, OS investigation written by somebody who analyzes, and he has no knowledge. Just to give an example, someone wrote market complaint, he got reprimanded in my presence. He says that if a complaint, market complaint is not supported by a sample as an evidence, it will be considered as unjustified and removed within 1 week. So this is your quality system. Now, 200 people are following that. So my point is, creating your own fit for purpose quality system that is good for your size, scale, and market, what doing is very important. And we need to develop those leaders, the second level leadership in quality management, who can create a system is our one of the requirements. Managing formulation development, technology transfer, product quality. I was talking offline to Dr. Narendra Sharma now that everything kept on one side, product quality takes the lead. If there is no quality by design in the product, you will never be able to add quality through GMPs. You can have best certification of the world, But if design is poor, you are going to have issues permanently. Stability, recall, your product and process knowledge. In fact, at Bangalore, we had full day workshop on product knowledge and process performance. And all these aspects were discussed there. And adopt systems and risk-based approach. I'll come back. Yes. Right. So, we therefore cannot, last 1 or 2 slides on how we should correct our thinking about GMP. GMPs are not as simple as we think, and they're not meant for compliance. So if we say that, okay, there is a problem, there is a kappa, you fix it and move on and make a change. I saw an SOP, sir, 84th version of SOP. Yes, that's true. The revision history is bigger than the SOP itself. Because 84 times you have written what you have changed. So you can understand what I'm trying to say. You cannot oversimplify the GMP. The only problems that have simple solutions are simple problems, and pharmaceutical industry is not simple. I'm going to speak about that in next slide. So we need to really, yes, there are systems in the world. Simple system, complicated system, complex system, and chaotic system. I'm not going to speak much about that. Just I'll touch the topic. Simple and complicated systems have cause and effect. You do something, you see something as an outcome. So it is predictable. You know that you can see what change you have made. In complicated system, it's a combination of factors that leads to an outcome. But in complex system, which is pharmaceutical industry, the outcome of your collective actions, you will know only after it has happened and not before that. You can't scientifically predict it and say that this is what will happen when I do 6 people do 6 things. Somebody purchases material, somebody approves vendors, somebody approves the lab, somebody purchases equipment, somebody recruits people. They will all come together and hope they'll do the best possible thing. So complicated systems require a different approach. And creating a pharmaceutical quality system is not a job of people who do operations. It is a complex system thinking. People who are leaders in system thinking abilities are the people who can create a system. No, we have failed to identify them. We have failed to bring them out and where they have an authority to decide the system. Yesterday, again, somebody met a retired gentleman. He said, Mr. Mutha, one good thing has happened in the pharma industry for the first time. A QA person has gone on the board of the company. I said, who is that? I'll tell you lunchtime. And he says, me. That is he. He says, I was waiting for, it's not about me. It is about somebody's contribution being recognized to take him on the board and go by his advice. That is yet to happen. I'm trying to tell our blind spots, if we really want to move to the next level, this is where we have to start focusing on identifying. And there are people. Prabir Pal has taken me a big surprise. I to make a presentation. I was worried. Let me see. That's my style, sir. Like, I do not want somebody to say something. I saw the presentation, minus 1 slide. It is one of the best presentation, better than what I have been doing for decades. Goes to show that there are people who think about what is right and what is wrong and the ability to communicate. So all that leadership available, you have to pick it up and bring it to the second level leadership. So adoption of quality system-based and risk-based approach for a sustainable and scalable GMP compliance. I'm coming to the next stage from GMP to PQS. This is the type of PQS that the world needs, the industry needs, and not the PQS which is reactive, which is done out of remediation, which is driven by a global consultant. He writes a procedure, your 30-page procedure, he makes it 96-page procedure gives to you, and then you follow this as a dictate, as an order passed by somebody. Then you are completely creating your system, making your system burdensome. And we will come under the pressure of the burden of system itself that we created and will fail. That's what is happening with us very often. So don't let anybody guide what you want to do in your company. It is your system you have to create. And therefore, we need system thinkers. So 94% of the problems in business are system driven and 6% are people driven. So don't run behind training people. As it is, we train our pets and educate our children, are told. So we don't need training to people. We need an environment and a system in which they will work in a normal, easy, rewarding manner. They feel happy working in a system because they are under no pressure. They have mastery, they have emotional mastery, they have technical mastery. They know I'm protected. My quality system is my umbrella that protects me, and I can do what I want to do, and nobody will be able to pinpoint anything wrong. There'll be no observation against what I'm doing. That ability, if you are able to give to our people through our system, through our leadership, that is the day our GMP will become sustainable compliance. So system, let us not create a system that got evolved as a reaction to what happened to us, and not a holistic system created for your own company, your own industry, your own nation. I think that is something we need to focus on. Right. So, what is the culture of quality? I'm trying to talk about this. We need to connect these three dots. This is something I realized somewhere in 2014-15. So all focus here. So GMP should be consistent implementation through the PQS structure. Don't implement GMP outside PQS. Something goes wrong, because for want of time, I'm not going there. The remediations that happen in our country, they're absolutely not the ones that should be done. I'm telling this with responsibility, because everybody, whole world comes to your table, to your place, charges you through whatever, and makes you do things which nobody's going to monitor thereafter and own them. So if you implement an improvement to GMP outside of quality system, it will never stick to you. It will never be yours. I think that's what we should avoid. Implement everything through system. Reinvent the system that is lean and robust. Before changes to your procedure, something is wrong. You replace the procedure with the new one that is fit for purpose, but don't keep on adding patches to the procedure. So reinvent PQS, then implementation of best-in-class PQS, plus focus on knowledge management by educating quality leadership for fostering culture of quality. So nobody should have been more happy than me today listening to you, because telling this. A regulator, the regulator who is at the highest level in the country and who is the promoter of this whole Schedule M exercise, is talking our language, and that is something a very good sign for me and for all of us, I'm telling you. Because our fears of what will happen, the schedule will come, will you be able to implement, will the units close, that is all short-lived and it is out of apprehension. But if you really look at it, both regulators, us, I'm not the person to talk on behalf of you people, sir, but what I'm seeing last 4 or 5 years, there is a sea change in the way you are approaching things. Wrong people will be punished, wrong things will not be allowed to happen. That's one thing. But when you want to scale up to such a global level, we are all together. And we're talking same language, that let's come together, create a system and influence change in behaviors of the people for good, which will mean we are creating a good culture of quality. Evolves, cannot be created, it cannot be touched, cannot be seen, it's not quantifiable at all. I'm so glad I'm wearing this. Yeah. Right. So this is the visual for what I said in the earlier slide, that what the operators we have to do and the management. So how does the culture evolve in a company? If 3 layers, they work independently and do what they're supposed to do, things will happen. What does the top management do? CEO and senior management. Leadership emphasis, message credibility, peer involvement, and employee empowerment. We spoke about it here and there. The middle level managers, the people, all of us, including me, who are sitting here, our job is to create a system based on, I'm not touching the topic, but this is based on Deming's system of profound knowledge. Such of those who are interested, you can read Deming. I think he's the best answer to all of us. When I said we need the second level leadership of, that level of system thinking, please follow Deming. I think there is nobody better than him. Last 10 years I'm following him, and I see his work, remarkable work. So he says, appreciate the system, treat an organization as the system and not as part of the system, understand theory of knowledge. You see, again, this will become diversion, but it's a small thing, but knowledge. So he says, how do you know what you think you know is true? You need an evidence, is it not? So we have been doing like this traditionally, therefore we are doing, and in last inspection this happened, and that kappa was accepted, therefore this becomes my system. Is too short-sighted and too very temporary kind of an approach, not long-term. Long-term is make sure that you understand what you know is the truth and it is supported by evidence. Knowledge of variation, all statistical control, we are all masters in that. And psychology of human behavior, understand how people react to situations. And people who are working, all employees, just help with them with 2 things. Create their technical mastery, give them an assurance of their safety. That is emotional mastery. So if they feel comfortable working under you and they understand that this is intentionally created by my friend Dr. Ijaz Hussain when we were working together between 14, 15, 16. This is an umbrella that is held on the people to protect them through a system. The top management commitment leads to culture of quality. The contribution of the managers and leaders leads to effective QMS, and people all are working with actual activities they perform, all employees, they will automatically comply with the GMPs. I think that is the model. So I'm closing this part of connecting GMP with system with culture. So culture is an outcome of the system that we follow. In fact, sir, 3-4 years I was struggling between 11, 14, 15, that we spoke a lot of culture, but how to make an initiation of that. So culture building exercises like we have safety weeks on 4th March. So it lasts for a week and thereafter it goes. So that doesn't work. Many companies did that. So I was amused to see, but wasn't sure was it helping. And then to my, disbelief, it didn't work, but we believed it worked. So it doesn't work that way unless you create this very strong middle management team that is aligned with the top management thinking and has the capability to create a system over a period of time fit for your purpose. You'll never make these people compliant automatically. I think this is a long task, lifelong task. I'm not being cynical. Viranchi bhai told me, I think you sensed my tone. I came from, he said, Mudasa hoga. It will happen in our country. It will take time because we're very big. And I'm very sure it will happen. I'm not saying no. But coming from technical field, I'm very, very anxious and very impatient. That something should happen yesterday instead of tomorrow. But then anyway, we are there. We're on the right path. And Schedule M has taken there. Yes, this slide I added after I heard you, sir. This is my third version I changed while sitting here. And I thought this will best exemplify, it is a good metaphor of understanding what pharmaceutical quality system we are expecting to have. It is a bridge. It is a pharmaceutical quality system bridge visualized by NSF when we do our program in pharmaceutical quality management through IDMA. We present one chapter and this is the bridge from there. So what it says, you please see. The bridge is PQS, Pharmaceutical Quality System, ICH-Q10. It is standing on the two strong pillars of R&D and manufacturing. And what are the building blocks? People, I'm not able to read well, leadership, people, leadership, and third one, knowledge, exactly. People, leadership, and knowledge. These are the building blocks for both the pillars. They stand on that foundation, right? Then GXP is here and GXP is there, they contribute. Now, how do you create a bridge? From development to delivery. If you have a link between such of those who know Q8, Q9, Q10, that makes the bridge. Q10 is the bridge. Q8 is the prior art, your knowledge, the development of the product. And all the strings that you are seeing, which are not so legible here, are your quality system elements. So you use your quality management system to intertwine the process of manufacturing, development, manufacturing, scale up, and delivery, and use those quality system elements to engage people from different functions. Create a team. Only and only then you will have a PQS, which is the road. We can build multiple roads, multiple lanes to make your journey from development to delivery smooth and fast. You can scale it up. And what top managements have to do? They will do decision making, performance measures, management reviews. Top managements can only have a helicopter view and cannot be engaged into day-to-day affairs, obviously. How are they guided? They're guided by what feedback goes from the plant. What happened initially, someone told me to give my view on what I saw here. So there naturally, so there is a regulatory tide. A regulatory tide is rising. It is coming up and touching the bridge. Top management is busy, instead of helicopter view, they're coming and repairing the bridge. Right. So they lose focus of the future. If everybody is busy correcting your PQS, we are losing time. And we are opening ourselves to bigger risk. To give Viranchi's analogy, the lemon is changing, size is changing. So your spoon also has to become deeper and stronger. So that is possible only when each one does what they have to do. The significance of this slide is what? Middle level management in India, if they take the responsibility for creating quality management system, nobody can touch us. They will do their job. Top managements have shown, despite all the inadequacies of we as an industry, as a nation, the industry has become whatever we are today. There is only and only because of very strong leadership Indian manufacturing sector, Indian leadership has. You just cannot deny that. The resources that are available to us in terms of money today in pharmaceutical industry, nobody in the world can get this. I'm seeing all over the world. So we have everything. We have gold mine here. It is just waiting for we releasing the system, people releasing, breaking their barriers, coming out of that and owning the responsibility, then we'll have a smooth journey from end to end. Right. I wanted to just end this PQS, the importance of pharmaceutical quality system for taking GMP to a level of culture. So I was just focusing on those nuts and bolts. And one important thing, even as we speak, see, the world keeps moving. That's the point I made. If you do not leave the top management free to take a helicopter view and act as your protector and protect you against external attacks and the rising tide, you will all get caught one day. And see the global regulation, how it works. I do not know how it works, sir. By the time one topic comes, data integrity, there are 50 guidelines. At one time, I read all 50. I can assure you, I conducted a panel discussion with US Safety Commission, all that. I was fully into that. But after all that, we understood that it is only whom we know, others don't know at all. They cannot know. I said, why are you creating such overburdening expectation? Well, people get afraid. Data integrity word became a fearful word, while breach of data integrity should be fearful, right? So that became fearful. Our 80% issues are data quality. Every data quality issue is not a breach. But the moment we see somebody is not signed data integrity critical observation. So we went from one end to another end. So many guidelines keep coming. So even while PQS itself is not implemented well, six system is not known to many people. I participated in many seminars. Out of 203 people told that we saw the six system model. Others didn't. Quality management maturity. And what it says that how effectively you are implementing your PQS. I'll just go, these 3 lines I created now while sitting here. So GMP is, leave everything aside. See those 3 steps. GMP, minimum standards for being in the market. It is a license to operate. Without GMP, you can't be in the market. So you are there. PQS augments GMP over product life cycle. So instead of having an isolated view, you manage the entire life cycle from development to delivery. So the scope increases of GMP. QMM, implementation of effective implementation of PQS for continual improvement. So we focus on continual improvement. That's what Viranchi told, that we need to keep improving ourselves to make sure that we are meeting the new expectation. This is the race. And now they have come up with judging or assessing the maturity of the organization's quality management, where in my opinion, we are yet very far away from creating our own system that cannot be challenged by anybody. We do that and go for maturity. And now they have come up with 5 practice areas. Companies will be assessed in terms of these areas where they stand and their. But one good thing is that first time ever, the regulators are thinking that we will reward people for achieving this and not punish them. This is not inspection. Even if they say anything wrong, it will never go to inspection unit. So it is a voluntary one. So such of those who want to challenge themselves and have the QMA maturity, they will not have pre-approval inspection, for example. They will have all day 0 variations. CB30 will become CB0. There are a lot of incentives being given to the industry to come up to the level of maturity, and you can therefore see the importance of adopting the PQS that is fit for us. That's what it is. So it says management commitment to quality. This is the first one on that. Business continuity, advanced PQS, technical excellence, employee engagement, and empowerment. So 3 things are related to culture. So, serial number 1, 3, and 5. Right. So assessing a performance of a company in terms of its maturity, it is all about company's culture finally. So GMP system all over, everywhere, you told without culture there is nothing. I mean, we know all of that intrinsically, but when you put in practice how to go there in the manner the world is expecting us to do, I'm just trying to show a couple of slides. This is the direction we should go. Mercifully, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. The system guidelines are available to us, PQS is available to us, our own Schedule M is now upgraded to the same level. Just follow that in letter and spirit in a manner that we create a system and we are there. How much time more I have got? 5 minutes? Thank you. Because I don't want to stand between lunch and you, but it was good. After lunch, people wouldn't have been attentive. Now at least they're alert. They're eager to go. So, yes, sir. I was seeing the benefit of that. Yes. Right. So, sir, I'm not touching this. I did not know you are going to cover. You have covered all of that. I made a statement today morning. PQS is the foundation of Schedule M. Let's understand, Schedule M is not GMP, it is a foundation for our quality system, which is so very important to us, and it's coming as our national requirement, regulation, which is a good thing for us. So I'm not touching anything here. These are all, in my opinion, elements within Schedule M in the form of PQS and other related elements of Schedule M. They are going to help to build a culture. That's exactly what, sir, you told in your presentation, that you focus on management responsibility, pharmaceutical quality system, create a system. I'm not, definitely for want of time, I'm not reading. Create a system. Yeah, so the system incorporates GMP and product design and development. Very important part, very, very important. First time it focuses there, like stability data, development data, methods, and all of that put together. That is the foundation to our quality. Then good manufacturing practice applies to life cycle, the third one. Management, top management is responsible, it has been told. Because as I told you, sir, like quality culture as such, it is not defined in Schedule M, but all these elements are the building blocks of quality culture. If you adopt to this, culture will evolve. I think that is the point. So product quality system, product realization, product knowledge, and process performance knowledge is important. I'll just touch upon this, how product quality is related to system here. The only first part I want to read. When we say product quality, in our understanding is quality as determined by testing. Right. Even today we believe that test karke dekho na barabar hi hai. So that argument doesn't last, because please see, the expectation is, it is a very aspirational definition of product quality, to establish, implement, and maintain a system. Understand that, to establish, implement, and maintain a system that allows the delivery of products with the quality attributes appropriate to meet the needs of patients, healthcare professionals, regulatory authorities, and internal and external customers. So no longer these attributes are attributes to be determined by testing, they go much beyond that. It has to fulfill everybody's expectation. Again, this very closely comes, Viranchi, to what you said in the morning of EM. So that is the emotional part of it, that our product will fulfill expectations of everybody at once. And if you understand that this is what we are adding to our product as a quality, then we are achieving the quality as expected globally. Yeah. Yes. So product design is the assurance. GMP without product quality is futile. By the same token, well-designed product can be ruined if GMP is not followed. Both go hand in hand. You can't replace one with another. Process performance and product quality monitoring system and quality management system both have to go hand in hand. Technology transfer. What is easy is hard. We have a lot of, I'm not getting there. I'm sure all of you know. Only one statement I would like to make. If there is a seamless transfer of technology from development to scale up to the facility at the commercial scale, by achieving all the parameters which are not postponed to be achieved once you go commercial, then we'll have no problem. Very often we have this issue, and this is where we all get into so many issues, including such of data integrators of this and that nature. Management review, another very important is, I'm quickly skipping the quality risk management. I'll go to the last slide. Risk-based inspection is being, I heard the first time in 2011, now it is a popular term in India. Much appreciated, I don't know what, but it is there. Please see my take on that. The industry and the agencies world over are moving towards the desired state of continuous improvement and expect a good manufacturer to adopt risk-based approach. The system of risk-based inspections has been adopted globally, where the manufacturers are required to submit a GMP compliance report in advance that will be verified during the plant inspections. So it will go to that level. You can assess your own compliance if you are really and truly implementing the quality risk management principles. In fact, for me, this is going to be a trust enabler between the industry and regulators. So this one concept is a key enabler of ICHQ10 risk management, should be all pervading, and in every decision that we take for whatever we are doing in the plant, it should be risk-based. It's not moving. Right. So again, I'm just linking 8, 9, and 10. Very quickly, we spoke of management responsibility, some do's and don'ts. In my experience, I'm just trying to tell you, create a quality mindset. Philosophy and culture, PQC, BMS, inculcate in the mind that a good pharmaceutical quality system is a good business system. There are several benefits of a good BM. To think that if you worry too much about quality, like very traditional thinking that where will be the delivery, they both don't go together. That's not true. On the contrary, it augments your business abilities, it will add to your profits. Build capabilities, develop organization fit for a purpose, provide resources, excel at education, not training, proactive risk management, educate people, systems and processes, intelligent quality standards, prevention and improvement focused rather than focus on prevention and process capability to create a system that is, as I mentioned, not burdensome, because you are giving a kappa to somebody and you're coming and changing your system. Don't do that, because that will be burdensome. Create a positive environment. 85% of the operating staff comes from the work environment and balance from his own skills. The efficiency of the people comes from the environment in which they work. Again, Deming, very famously. So people themselves cannot contribute to failures at all. I mean, they'll be made fail-proof simply because they're working in a very well-designed system and a very good environment. I think that's what the culture, what we have, it means. Yeah. 1 minute. What comes in the way of transformation? Every change is responded with some reactions from the people. To lack of consensus purpose, leadership does not walk the talk, no message credibility. Inspection, ye karenge, wo karenge, baad mein dekha jayega. That doesn't work. So there has to be a consistency and consensus of purpose in the senior management. Emphasis on short-term gain, no. Profit follow good products. Performance-based evaluation. This is one of my personal pain points, that we reward people KPI driven. I can speak for 1 hour on that. Just 1 minute I want to say that let's not reward people for collective performance, and KPIs should be designed for the entire organization, not for a function, a person or a group. Deming has very famously said that this KPI only number-driven performance incentives or demolish the team spirits, demolish the organizations. Instead, you recognize and reward leadership initiatives. In which department people did PhDs, in which department there was zero attrition. Something is telling you about that. Versus somewhere there is attrition, there is difficulty, there are rejects, there are failures. So start going to insightful performance measure what matters, rather than measuring traditional what has been taught to us in books by getting some numbers and comparing them. I'm certainly skipping. This is the one I said. Very, very briefly, this is the golden standard, the green path. Don't do too much, don't do too less. Too less, you are opening to regulatory risk. Too much, you are compromising with your business itself. So anything out of proportion doesn't help. You should be intelligent enough to reduce the complexity, simplify the process, and achieve the middle path. You showed this, sir. So this is something 2014. So same thing, GMPs, QMS, and culture of quality. I explained this through those 3 semicircles, same concept put in a linear fashion. And here we are talking about connecting GMP, system, and culture. If the 3 dots are connected, culture evolves. One more, just a random thought, moving from compliance to adherence. The words we use influence the way we think, organize information, make decisions, and the way we behave. Ultimately, what we say, influences our behavior. So we should be very careful with the words. In pharmaceutical operations, compliance is used to describe the behavior of following written instructions or operational SOPs. In healthcare, this is used as adherence. I'm not getting there. Adherence means to stick to something as a principle, as your own value. You are doing it for your purposes, not for somebody else. You adhere to your medication, regime, because you want to make sure that you are healthy. There no prescription is required. You are not meeting somebody's expectations. So move from compliance to adherence. Can we measure the culture of quality? Debate? Yes, we can measure indirectly. Just look into heading, quality and compliance trends. Your process capability will improve, investigation-free lots, less complaints, less failures, less recalls. These are the measures that will demonstrate what level of quality, maturity, and culture you have in the company. Value creation, cost of quality will come down. Sir touched in small thing, again, the big topic. So cost of compliance versus cost of non-compliance, there's a ratio of 1:10:100. 1 takes prevention cost, 10 is correction cost, and 100 is failure cost. So it is that important that you always focus. So in a good culture, you will always see cost of quality as very good. So I think that is one of the measure. Then people, reward, recognition. I like what is engagement of people, what is the development of people. If teams are developing, we know there is a culture. I think these are the 3 different verticals against which we can measure the quality. And conclusion. Good, I'm coming to that. Daming. So this is a very, very famous statement. It was very insightful. I kept on thinking for days, sir. In those days when people made programs after programs after programs for creating culture of quality, how it will happen. You can't buy 1 kilo and give it to somebody because it has to evolve. Never seen now. Last 45 minutes, we're seeing how challenging it is and how we have to channelize it through management efforts. So Deming said, quality transformation launched by ceremonies with a speech by the governor, raising the flags, beating drums and badges, all with heavy applause, is a delusion and a snare. It's a trap, it's a delusion. It'll keep going away from you as you go nearer, it'll further go away. So don't we ever focus there. Although it is good to initiate something, sustenance will come from strong, visible, demonstrable commitment by the management through physically created activities. That those are implemented, monitored, and achieved. Only and only then will be able to achieve what you want to achieve as a culture. This is the last slide. Yeah. I knew that, yes. So, yes, so what do we do? Change the culture. We all said, Viranchi said, Ishwar Reddy sir said, change the culture to focus on the management aspects of quality rather than adherence to practices alone from philosophy to practice. We want to see quality people on the board of the companies. So go for management practice and not as a operational practice. Decision making with product and process knowledge and risk management tools. GMP as a good management practice. So key message is that voluntary adoption of system-based and risk-based approach driven by the top management commitment will make compliance with the revised Schedule M normal, easy and rewarding and will help India Pharma achieve quality excellence. So thank you very much. This is anything good you heard from me, I owe to this gentleman. He has really shaped my thinking in the young age in my life. Very few people would know him, but one of the best persons I've ever met amongst all in the world. So he said, quality of work determines quality of products. The way we behave, the way we do things, that will be the outcome. Don't focus on product quality, focus on what you are doing. That was a simple word message. Glaxo, exactly. And the architect of Indian pharmacopoeia, it was known as Ayer Pharmacopoeia. He is the one who created Indian pharmacopoeia. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mr. Mudda. Sorry we had to rush you because food for thought is of course better than food for stomach, but now the audience wants food for stomach. So thank you very much. May I request our President, Dr. Viranchi Shah and Dr. Ishwara Reddy to please come up and present a memento on behalf of all of us for Mr. Mudda for the very excellent presentation he has made. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, yeah, please. So may I now request Ms. Rajpriya Patel to please come up. Thank you very much for all your help and support and receive a plaque on our behalf from Dr. Ishwara Reddy. Please come. Thank you. May I request Mr. Jitendra Parekh, please come up, the general manager of this hotel. Excellent help, support he has given us because it's very difficult to satisfy our top boss for quality, but he supported us to do that, sir. Thank you very much. And there are two people from, two of our colleagues from IDMA who have always stood by me as a rock of Gibraltar, I must say. And we need to acknowledge their support. Viranchi bhai, can I request you to please come up? There is Sapna Patil. Sapna, please come up. Thank you very much. And Mr. Melvin Rodrigues. He's a man for all seasons, I call him. Mel, thank you very much for everything. So thank you very much, sir. We will now break for lunch, but please help us to keep up the timing. Lunch will be only for So please assemble here again in 45 minutes. So will you all support us? 45 minutes, I want all of you inside. Thank you very much. So lunch is in the basement in the morning where you had breakfast.
Good. I think we are little late, but things are going in a
So good afternoon once again. I hope all of you had a good lunch and a break and some good networking. So all of you are sitting in of networking, you should sit with the other companies. Huh? Now see, Manish from Alchem is sitting alone. Otherwise, he could with his colleagues from JB. Good. So we'll start now with the question of the audience. Some of them are still outside. बार-बार बंद होते रहता है. So some of them are still outside and we have requested them to come in. We will start exactly in the next minutes. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we will start the meeting and I'll request Sapna to take over and introduce our speakers.
Hello. Yeah. Welcome back to our post-lunch session. Our next speaker is Mr. Manish Bhatkar. He is the founder and CEO of Red Lotus Pharma Tech Private Limited. He is in pharmaceutical profession with 30 plus years of experience in manufacturing, faculty design, technology transfer, and regulatory affairs. Today, he will be speaking on failure investigation in search of cause behind the cause. I request Mr. Manish Sir, to please come on the stage and deliver your address.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the introduction and thanks to IDMA CDSCO for giving me this opportunity to make this small presentation and talk here on the topic failure investigation in search of cause behind the cause. In fact, failure and investigation normally are considered, negative words. But we will try to unlock the potential of the failures in the continuous improvement journey. And I'll try to do that with this small presentation, which I say is divided into three parts. One is a formal part, like, simple, kya failure, kya hai, what is failure, what is investigation. Philosophical part, that क्या चीज है, मतलब उससे क्या कर सकते हैं, what you understand, how you can utilize the learnings from the failure in improvement. That is the philosophical part. And third is a practical part, which will be, giving some high level, information, knowledge on the tools that can be used and that are normally used, and when to use, what kind of tool, and so on. How to write a report, what it should include, the investigation reports. So, and then I'll expect, lot of questions and answers so that we can discuss, and that those also things can, get transformed into learning. Okay. Is there? Yeah. Okay. All right. So as I said, the formal part. So formal, very formal. I think, what does failure means? Like, there are different terminologies which are used industry-wide, like deviation, event, or incident, or whatever it is. But they all are failures. Like, any deviation from expected or desired outcomes in a product, process, or a system would be called as a failure. So that means what we are discussing here, when I say failure, so it can be interchangeable terminologies which are used in the industry. I mean, they all apply. If you say OOS, it is a failure. Of course, there may be no set different methodologies for investigating different kinds of failures, but failure is a failure, right? Deviation, anything which is not working as per the expectation would be termed as failure. That's why I said, this is a formal slide. And how do you see a failure? How it can manifest as, operational failure, like equipment is not working or not functioning as per the expectations is a failure. Process failure, any procedure or a process workflow not giving a desired outcome, again, is a failure. Sorry. So the product, when not meeting its specification, not meeting customer expectation, is a failure. Humans, humans not performing as expected, again, is a failure. systemic failure, systems not performing or generating, results as per the expectation, again, is a failure. So in essence, failure is any event or condition that prevents a system from achieving its intended goals. Now, then what is investigation, right? So it's a systematic process to identify a failure, identification of failure, that is extremely, extremely important. Then understanding it and correcting. So this entire process would be called as, investigation. So when in my presentation, when I'm talking about failure or investigation, so these definitions, what I have told just now, would apply. So the traditional approach, which is followed when there is a failure and investigation happens, like I'm talking to industry representatives here, so they know, and most of them, they would be having, their procedures or systems established at their manufacturing facilities to handle these kind of failure incidents and so on. So the traditional approach which is followed are immediate corrective actions that are taken, then focus on surface level causes is done, and generally it is limited to the single event. Like, the incident is happened, so cause identified, corrected, and action taken, done. So this is a very, very traditional approach. Whereas the focus, what I am discussing today here, would be going beyond the first or the second or obvious looking causes and getting into the root of the real problem. That is what we will discuss. And that's why I say this as a philosophical part of my presentation. So, setting the background here, so I start with, this Oscar Wilde's quotation, a quote, "The truth is rarely pure and never simple." So this is really, meant to be witty and ironic. Oh, sorry. So this is meant to be witty and ironic. It is a quote from a character in an Oscar Wilde play, The Importance of Being Honest. So it is a response to one of the character's confession of a lie he has perpetrated. After his confession, he says to his companion, important, he say to companion, "Is the whole truth pure and simple?" To which his companion replies, "The truth is rarely pure and never simple." It's a wry observation and an ironic twist on the cliche about the false norms of society and the twisted, dishonest ways we as imperfect humans adopt. Right? So why I feel this quote is related to this presentation is because it highlights the complexity of uncovering the real causes of failure in any system. Just as Wilde suggests that truth often has layers and is not straightforward, failure investigation often reveals deeper, more nuanced causes that aren't immediately, apparent. So exactly like, what you need to uncover the truth. Similarly, when failure happens, so you need to go on, investigating deeper and deeper to uncover the root cause. That's why I say that, this quote I found very interesting and found, kind of matching with the topic of this presentation. Okay, so when any failure happens, for example, equipment is not working or a person is not performing his activity and so on. So initially, when you see at the problem or the failure, the causes will be very obvious and straightforward. But as the investigation progress, as you go deeper, you will discover, you will uncover lots of, underlying factors. Lots of problems would be you would be able to uncover. So like the wild's truth, failures are rarely the result of a single and isolated issues, and they are often a mix of various different problems. There can be a procedural gap, it can be a cultural flaw, human factors, or a system's weakness as such. So not necessarily, if I see, I'll share some examples also going forward, so that this philosophical thing which I am talking here at this point in time you should be able to correlate to those philosophical slides here. So finding the cause behind the cause requires peeling, getting deeper, not like only surface. The equipment is not working, it has tripped up, so you switch on, it restarts, done. Not like that. So क्यों trip हुआ है? So if you want to go, investigate, go deeper and try to find out the root cause. I'll share some examples. So that requires, peeling back layers, challenging the assumptions. Many times, what happens whenever the failure happens, many times we, based on our past experiences, history, and so on, so we try to relate and assume that, this thing has happened because of such and such thing. Like, tablets are getting compressed hard, so probably binder ज़्यादा हो गया लगता है इसमें. So we start assuming, and without assumptions. And many times, the third thing which I am trying to say here, readiness to face the complex truths. हमको पता होता है कई बार कि this failure has happened because of this particular reason, but ये कैसे लिखेंगे, कैसे बताएंगे? It would not look good. No, how would I say to my boss कि यार ये हम इतना भी ठीक से नहीं कर पाए? So probably facing the truth. That is, it requires that. From the regulatory perspective, if you see any regulator's guidelines or regulations, you would see a need for investigation in case of any deviation or any out of specification complaint or whatever it is. So I'm not going into the details of that, and including, I would say here specifically on the Schedule M. And my simple comparison is this. I just ran a search on this document and I could find investigate and investigation 58 times in the Schedule M as compared to 7 times the past version. So that itself gives the indication that the regulators are also expect the industry to investigate, to whenever there is a problem or failure, they want you to learn from that failure and improve the process and so on. So I'm sure Naresh, maybe you can add in here. That is what regulators also expect, right? Thank you. So the objective of standing here and talking to you, for me, is to, with you, explore the deep layers behind the failure investigation to understand why stopping at the first identified issue can mask the real issue, real problem. That is what I want to discuss here. And I expect that, with this, sorry. So I expect the outcome would be like, participants would go with the mindset of that failure, not a negative term, but a positive term, and some knowledge and idea about the tools that can be utilized and under different conditions. So I would say when I see a failure, like a iceberg model, failure as an iceberg model, like, the iceberg, I'm sure everybody is aware of this iceberg. It's a large piece of, ice. It can be, kind of an island, a very large island and so on. What you see on the surface is only a small little thing. Whereas the majority of that iceberg would not be visible. It will be submerged under the water. So similarly, when there is a failure, you can see certain things. For example, equipment not functioning or a human error and so on. But there would be lots of underlying causes which are not visible, and that needs to be uncovered, identified properly so that appropriate corrective actions can be taken and the same mistake can be prevented in future as such. Uh, uh, the invisible causes, for example, could be poor training or fraud processes or cultural lapses. ये दबता नहीं है नीचे वाला all right. Okay. So that is the key message, a takeaway message, that if you only fix what you see, you would see the problem, happening again. That will be repeated. It will never go away. So on the topic as such, cause behind the cause. So the causes could be divided into, these three parts, like primary cause, which is a obvious problem like machine breakdown. But secondary cause could be process inefficiencies or poor maintenance practices that may be followed not properly in the organization. And tertiary cause could be organizational culture, lack of training, poor communication, and so on. So I'll share with you an example. You can see here. For example, let's say pharmaceutical batch, a product batch, contamination due to improper cleaning. So obviously, the primary cause, which appears visible part of the iceberg, which is visible, is a operator error. Operator has not done the cleaning properly. But why has he not done cleaning properly? That there could be a secondary or tertiary cause for that. Secondary cause could be inadequate procedures. Procedures are not right, not good. They are not, good enough. So tertiary cause, root cause could be culture of rushing to meet deadlines. Like मुझे जल्दी जल्दी बनाना है, जल्दी clean करना है, and those sorts of things, those can be the the tertiary cause, the actual root cause of the problem. So now I come to the technical part of this discussion, or a practical part of the discussion, like various techniques, couple of techniques I will share with you, which can be used for the investigation. As we discussed, I have shown you an example that what is the primary cause, which looks, very obvious and simple, is the cleaning ठीक से नहीं हुआ है. But there are secondary causes and how to go to that. So there are different tools, which are used very widely, and I'll share with you a couple of them. So the most common technique which is used is called as 5 why technique. So you go on asking, question why, until you get to the root cause. And usually by the time you reach to the 5th why, you would usually have, the answer available for the problem or the failure. So I'm giving here an example. Like, why did the machine stop? Perhaps because of the overload. The machine overloaded and it tripped. So why was there an overload? So if I stop at first why, I get the answer machine overload. And okay, the thing is like, immediate corrective action is go, switch on. Uska trip ho gaya. Ab fir se shuru kar do. Machine restarts. So if I stick to only that why or this step, so perhaps I will not be able to discover that what was the reason, and it would happen again. If I'm not correcting the reason behind it, so perhaps it can happen again. So next, how to go to the secondary cause. So I ask another why. Why was there an overload? So perhaps the answer becomes like the bearing was not lubricated. All right. Lubricate kar do, khatam ho gaya kaam. That's done. So again, you will not be able to reach to the root cause. So you need to ask, another question. Ki why it was not lubricated? So I'm just giving you a hypothetical situation. But I am sure everybody knows these things happen and in the manufacturing, shop floor. So why wasn't the bearing lubricated? So it was not part of the maintenance schedule, right? Again, we have not reached to the real root cause. If we revise the schedule, perfect, done. But that will be a temporary and local solution. So systemic solution क्या है? वो उसके हमें root cause में जाना है. What is the tertiary cause here? So why was it not scheduled? Because no training on the bearing maintenance. Again, I have not reached to the root cause. So perhaps, I would train that fitter who was responsible for doing that maintenance, and he is trained, he can train equipment, but what about the other fitters and others and so on, right? So I need to ask, the last why also again. So why wasn't training provided? Because there was no formal training program in place. So what do we learn from here? The training program deficiency actually is the root cause. It is not the tripping of the machine because of non-lubricated um, uh, that part, the bearings, but it is actually the training program, the way it was designed. So second most used method is called as fishbone diagram, or this is also called as, somebody can tell me, I am forgetting the name, इसको क्या बोलते हैं? Sir, Ishikawa, yeah, sorry, yes, Ishikawa diagram. So this looks like a fish, something like this. I can something like that. So fish ka head hai, and then all you have the spine and other bones and so on. So what you do in this case is you map these 6 parameters. Like failure can happen because of the method, inadequate, inappropriate method, or material or measurement, machine, manpower, or the environment. And then the sub factors you go on कि machine के अंदर में क्या हो सकता है, like machine was not calibrated or not operated properly, it was not serviced properly, or it is not set up properly, and so on. So you go on writing all these and try to eliminate one by one, and until you reach to a kind of the real culprit, root cause, and so this technique is also a very widely used technique. Um, yeah. So practical part of my talk here. So we'll discuss one case here, scenario. For example, let's say failure in dissolution test result during routine quality testing of a tablet product, which led to a batch rejection. So initial findings, जैसे बोला था मैंने, first primary cause, secondary cause, and tertiary cause, and we'll try to see how does it uncover. So initial finding was that tablets did not meet the dissolution profile specifically, resulting in delayed release of the active ingredient. That is the initial finding. So primary cause, when you go on investigating further, we are trying to uncover, it's kind of peeling an onion. When you have concentric layers of the onion, you go on peeling each one by one. So surface वाला निकल गया, तब आपको दूसरा दिखेगा. So you remove that, you will see the next layer of the onion until you reach to the core of the onion and so on. So primary cause here would be tablet showed improper disintegration during the test, leading to the dissolution failure. Simple. ऊपर ऊपर से दिख रहा है, dissolution में fail हो गया tablet. But secondary cause here, you find out why did it fail in the dissolution. So then only you will be able to, YY analysis, for example, we are just trying to do, I'm trying to do this YY analysis over here. So why did it fail, right? So secondary cause, a change in the excipient supplier led to slightly altered granule size distribution affecting the tablet hardness. And probably this could be the reason. Yes, that is the reason, but is it a root cause? So we need to get into, again, peel another layer and try to see what's inside. So tertiary root cause. What was that root cause? Okay, you change the supplier and you would have taken, some trials also, or perhaps then why it should fail at, the manufacturing level and so on. So when you try to uncover that, and what you find that, inadequate supplier qualification process, supplier changes were not subjected to the robust evaluation of the impact on critical quality attributes. So perhaps that kind of assessment was not done properly in this case. So the final root cause was not only the granule size were not proper, but it was actually the root cause. Yes, that is the cause, which has resulted into the failure of the tablet in its dissolution parameter. But the real cause, because this, if you correct that, for that particular product, it would be resolved. But this problem might come up subsequently for another product and so on, because there is a systemic error here. Your vendor qualification program or vendor management program is not good enough. So perhaps you would be able to solve the problem with respect to this product, but similar problem might occur with other products and so on. So that's why the final root cause is incomplete supplier change management procedure failing to account for variability in excipient properties. So what would be the resolution of this thing? What are the preventive actions? Corrections, yes, you would have done. You would have changed the supplier. You would have taken the right material for that specific product. Make the batches again, and perhaps you will have a good batch available which meets its specification. But what is the preventive action for this? So let us discuss that. So you strengthen the supplier change management process, requiring detailed testing of new raw materials for the impact on the product quality. So perhaps next time onwards, whenever you will change a supplier, so perhaps you will make sure that as per your SOP, you'll strengthen your procedure. आपके SOP guide करेगी. You take this much quantity of the material, try to make some batches, at least 1 to 3 trial batches, and see that the profile of the product made by new material matches with your past product and so on. Enhance communication between procurement, quality assurance, and different departments. So improved communication between different departments, different stakeholders, like procurement should know exactly what is required so that they can also accordingly tell the requirements to the vendors and so on. Institutionalization of this process, rigorous raw material testing protocols before approval for use and so on. Human error, human factors in failure. Like this is the most common factor. When you see the failures happening, the majority of the failures, I know at least from my experience that I have seen around 40 to 50% of the problems, and depends upon different companies and so on. But that is the average benchmarking study which we did some time ago. Like around 40-50% of the problems or deviations which are reported occur due to the human error. And particularly analytical side, testing side, would be numbers are little bit higher, but in general, you can say around 40-50% benchmarking studies. The numbers can vary. Sorry? Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. So, yeah. Okay. All right. So, human error, like surface cause, not a root cause. And I have seen that in many audits, whenever we see, at least I have seen couple of FD audits, and the moment you say human error, they would not accept. Human error ho hi nahi sakta hai. But you have not done. The moment you say it is a human error, so that itself is an indication that you have not gone into the deep and you have not identified the real root cause of this thing. So when we say human error, there can be lots of underlying factors. For example, human error because of fatigue and stress, insufficient training, or lack of communication, and so on. So you need to get into the root and see, or lack of resources also many times that may also happen, and so on. So what is the solution for the human error? One is real investigation, identifying the root cause, and then building a culture of continuous learning, support, and proper workload management. So, what is the role of quality culture in the failure investigation? So, when I say quality culture is what? This is a very, I'll say, very trending word at this point in time. Like कुछ साल पहले quality culture was not that much popular phrase, but these days quality culture, and that is also the theme of our workshop today. So quality culture is like in an industry, in a normal industry, I think many people would agree here, particularly those who are in QA here. Quality मतलब QA का role. It's no manufacturing. Procurement वाला तो बिल्कुल role नहीं है उसका. So that is what is a general understanding in the industry, that when you talk about quality, it's either quality control department or it is a quality assurance department. So that's not really a quality culture. A person who is actually manufacturing or producing a product, he only can bring quality into the product. And the people who are supporting those who are manufacturing, everyone who is supporting them, for example, procurement people, unka job is not clerical only, but their job is to support, they should try to find out not only the cheapest material, but the material which can work best for us. If it is cheap, very good. But it should work for you, right? It should work for your production. And engineering department, I mean, engineer, they are different people. They are different animals in this kingdom, their animal kingdom. उनका तो क्वालिटी से कोई लेना देना ही नहीं है. तो वो they would say quality ये QA का part है. This is QA job. It is not my job. I'll clean. I will open the equipment. I'll make it dirty. I'll not ensure that whether it is cleaned properly or not. ये आपका problem. आप देखते रहो, right? So this is what So that is not a quality culture. Quality culture means it is everyone's responsibility. Everyone in the organization, if they think that quality of the product is my job, then only it will be a quality culture, right? So this is extremely important, and that is the case. I go anywhere. As a consultant, I visit a lot of companies, and it's not true only for our industry. I mean, Indian pharmaceutical industry. You go anywhere in the world, you would see exactly the same phenomenon. The extent can be less or more, but the phenomenon remains same. और ऑडिट चलते रहेगा, वो इंजीनियरिंग वाला आके अपना प्रेजेंटेशन निकल लिया, मेरा कोई लेना देना नहीं भाई. This is no, quality is not related to me, right? So quality culture, and this extremely important. And I am sure in this gathering is represented by all the functions or only QA? All. Procurement, हाथ ऊपर करो. फिर क्या हो रहा? So there is no representation here, right? And those guys are extremely important. वो सबसे खतरनाक लोग हैं कि उनका जॉब एक ही है. Their job is one, find the cheapest quality material. Forget about the quality. क्योंकि उसको ना अपना वो बनाना है बॉस के सामने जाके, बॉस मैंने 20 करोड़ रुपए बचा दिए इस साल में, राइट? सो या फाइन, थैंक यू. And it impacts, if there is no quality culture, it impacts your failure investigation. जितना भी यहाँ story कर लो, कोई फायदा नहीं. Because what is required, there is a very close coordination between the teams. When failure investigation happens, say pharmacist, he might not be very well versed with the electrical functions of the equipment, right? So he needs someone who is expert in that area. अब वो क्या बोलेगा वो आदमी, अरे साला इसमें तो मेरे कपड़े खुल जाएंगे. So वो बोले साहब वो आपका granules का problem है. This is your granules problem. This is no. So that's why quality culture, why it is important, is only because of this reason that when you want to do a failure investigation, so so the culture, what we should, many times, what happens, that organization is responsible for not building up this quality culture. Many times in the organization, different companies will have different styles and ways of working. So the companies where you will see that blaming is a culture, so वहां पर फिर quality culture नहीं आ सकता है. So my key takeaway at this point in time is how does your culture, how does your organization culture handles, failure? That is very important. So, or as an opportunity for growth. So failure, that's why I said, failure is a negative word. And if we consider that as negative, then it will be like, you'll not be able to improve. But if I consider that as a positive word, like, this I consider failing means learning. And then perhaps, the improvements can, really happen. So tools for effective investigation, root cause, I'm told that, I have only 15 minutes and I have many more slides here. So I will try to rush through on certain slides which are more technical. So I'll try to focus more on the philosophical part rather than, technical, pata hai aap log ko, you all are technical people, you know that you can investigate very well. There is no doubt. And so I'll focus on that. Root cause analysis, failure mode effect analysis, fault tree analysis. These are, some of the tools which are used for investigation. And like out of these three, थोड़ा सा कौन बनेगा करोड़पति खेलते हैं यहाँ पर. So you give your options. सबसे ज़्यादा किसने यूज किया हुआ है? Which tool have you used? कहाँ गया? Yes, here on this. So which tools you guys are aware and which one is most widely used tool? Which one? RCA, okay. And my experience is not matching with your answer. So I have seen industry-wide one tool which is being used is FMEA. है? Correct? Okay. Always, जिसके पास जाओ FMEA. The purpose क्या है? People do not know, but FMEA, most misused tool is FMEA. You tell me what answer is required, I can bring that answer. Right? So FMEA tool is, so I'll spend some time on that. But that is the most widely used, to nahi bolu, misused tool. Because I can bring whatever answer is required by using that particular tool, and so that's why we'll spend some time on this thing. So I see people using for failure investigations, which is done in retrospect. Like failure has happened already and you are investigating. So I see people using FMEA. Ekdam wrong hai. Ekdam wrong. So that's why I have brought this particular slide here, technical slide. He went to use what kind of tool. So I'll not teach you, like I'll not tell you how to use that tool. You guys know it, but when to use which kind of tool. So I'm giving an example of, let's say you want to open a screw. So what do you need? You need a screwdriver, right? But screws come in different shapes or different design, I would say, particularly their heads, where you can put in a screwdriver and remove the screw, unscrew it, right? So screw, if you have a screw which has a single, kind of slot there, so you can use only a flat screwdriver, right? You cannot open that screw with a star shaped or Allen key. You cannot open that, right? So for example, all these are screwdrivers and all these are screws, but you need different screwdrivers for that. So exactly in this way, these are all screwdrivers and your failure is a screw. But that screw can be flat, it can be star shaped, or it can be hexagonal or whatever it is. So you need exactly the right tool for that. So I'll spend some time on this, that when to use which kind of tool. So RCA is normally after an event or a failure has occurred. That means जब हमें खत्म करना है, so then this is the right tool. And we have seen two examples of these, YY analysis as well as the Ishikawa diagram or fishbone diagram, you can say. When you need to understand why a failure happened, you need RCA. You need, YY or the Ishikawa diagram and so on. This is very common in investigation of specific issues such as non-conformances, process deviations, or equipment failures. And the key feature of this particular tool is a retrospective approach, and it is focused on tracing the chain of events that actually has led to the failure, right? So when you have to do this, so RCA is good. FMEA is not good for that, right? So I have already shared with you two tools, examples, two techniques on this RCA. Now, for example, let's say a drug batch fails quality control and RCA used to identify why a contaminant was introduced. And this particular kind of case, yes, you can use the RCA analysis. How it helps you, like it identifies the underlying cause of the problem and helps you identify, right preventive measure. Now, yes, the boss of all the tools here, FMEA, very common. So this tool can be used only proactively, prospectively. That when you are designing a system, equipment, a facility, or a product, or whatever it is, when you do not have the real touch and feel experience of that thing, and you are anticipating. So at that point in time, it is good to use, in prospective manner. It identifies potential failure modes as well as in the product or process, and can assess the impact on the performance. And this is ideal for assessing risk and prioritizing the actions or risk mitigation plans. So when you are designing something, key features of this tool are, it's a forward-looking risk management tool. Like, so usually, when you are designing and you're trying to anticipate, risk aspects and so on. So this is the best tool for that. It rates each failure mode by its severity, its occurrence and detection, and it generates, the risk priority number. And that is the most misused, part of this particular tool if it is used retrospectively. So that is the most, kind of misused part of this tool. And I would like you to, go to the internet and try to find out Columbia disaster. Columbia, it was a spaceship which used to take astronauts from Earth to the space and then bring them back. And its last flight, so that ship got completely disintegrated, and all the astronauts into it, they lost their life. Their remains could not be found. Uska investigation is available on the internet. You should download and see. The root cause is FMEA in that particular incident. And the culture. When I talked about culture, so that's an extremely interesting read. And everyone in the pharmaceutical industry, of course, it's a aerospace, but it's a good learning. You must go and read it. So fault tree analysis, when we are talking about a complex system, like, where a product or something is getting manufactured, and so particularly, let's say, I'll take one example of a sterile product manufacturing. So here in this case, the facility, the equipment, the processes, the environment, the cleaning, sanitation of the area, as well as our extreme, and the practices, aseptic practices and behavior followed by the people are extremely important to ensure manufacturing of a sterile product. So anywhere in any of these systems, they are not implemented properly or not followed properly can lead to, so in this particular case, there are multiple systems, processes are at play when you are manufacturing, a product and so on. So in this kind of, when you are investigating a failure in such a kind of complex manufacturing phase, so perhaps fault tree analysis is the tool of choice. I'll give one example here. So FTA is applied. I have already given this example, so I'll move forward quickly. 15 ke 10 ho gaye honge abhi, right? Okay. So FTA provides a comprehensive view of how different causes combine to lead a failure, and it supports detailed risk assessment and helps in identifying weak points in the system, not in one particular process but the entire system. Sometimes you may have to use multiple tools, and then how they are complementing, how those can be used together, I'll share with you. Like RCA is reactive, root cause analysis is reactive and used after a failure to determine its root cause. FME is proactive, we discussed about that. So FTA sometimes works well when a system failure is complex, involves multiple contributing factors, that also we discussed. But FTA many times is used in combination with the root cause analysis. For example, in one particular process, you might be utilizing where the root cause analysis in detail as compared to the other steps and processes of that complex interconnected processes. FTA can also be used in combination with the FMEA tool as such. So together these tools, they can help you in addressing the existing problems, prevent the future problems, and mapping the complex interdependencies and relationships of different processes and so on, and thus helping you to create very robust failure prevention and mitigation, risk mitigation strategy and plans. So coming to the last point, investigation report, I will not go through this in detail as such, because we know that what should be there in the investigation report and so on. But I'll quickly spend some time on this part. uh, review part, because many times what happens that in pharmaceutical industry I see like anywhere I go I see prepared by one person, checked by 100%, 100 people. Watchman to chairman of the company, they all are signing in that report. अंदर क्या है किसी को नहीं पता. The person who is writing, that guy only knows. And in these days of knowledge available so freely, easily and cheaply, and in fact free, तो बहुत सारी चीज तो गूगल से ही होता है डाउनलोड. एंड नाउ वी हैव चैट जीपीटी, तो उसमें जो आता है वो all those things. Like many times I have read investigation reports which are so funny, like tablet ka investigation chal raha hai and you will see capsules into it. And the other company's name also is seen many times. So nobody reads, 100 people who are signing, they don't read. तो किसी से पूछो आप, तो head of the QA, who is the approver, कि भाई साहब आपने पढ़ा है क्या इसमें, ये are you talking about tablet or capsule? So he said tablet. इसमें तो capsule के नाम है सारे. So just sharing with you, some examples. These are some of the funny examples and so on. So it happens, and many times the auditors only find it. वो बीच में कोई नहीं पढ़ता है. The person who is writing, he only knows, and other people, they do not know. This is a very, very common problem. So writing is one thing. That's why I said I will run through this, but I'll spend some more time on the review aspects, review part. So review is extremely important. What reviewers, I'm sure many of you would be reviewers of this report. You would be out of those 100 people who are signing, that document. So perhaps I will share some, shed some light on this, what reviewers should be, actually reviewing in the document, right? So they should ask themselves when they read this and these questions, do I get it? मेरे समझ में आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा है? क्या लिखा हुआ है? So if you are not able to understand, how would you show it to the regulator? How would you show to your clients, your customers who would come to audit your facilities and so on, right? So I understand, and what he should be able to understand, these are the key points that must be understood, right? Rest all, okay, fine. There can be small little errors there, okay, acceptable. But what must be there in an investigation report? Like, I understand what happened. क्या हुआ? ये मुझे वो there is one song in Hindi, वो याद रखने का राजेश खन्ना वाला, क्या हुआ, ये क्या हुआ, कब हुआ, कैसे हुआ, क्यों हुआ, ना? So all those things. उसके आगे वाली लाइन मत ध्यान में रखना, मत पूछो कैसे, right? So don't remember that line, but you must ask this question. So do I understand what happened? Along with when, where, who, why? These are the important questions. Rajesh Khanna song, that is important to remember. Kya hua, kab hua, kaise hua, right? So those things you must be able to, the reviewers must be able to decipher this information from the document. Now, was the immediate action taken and adequate? सबसे पहले तो ये होता है ना कि you need to contain the problem. Like failure happened, okay, failure can happen. Nothing new. This can happen. So failure happened, but what did you do to contain, the aftermath of that failure? So वो है report में. That is extremely important aspect. Third, why am I requesting this change? Now, when there is, ये होता है ना कि failure हुआ, identified, and lots of corrective actions. ये कर देंगे, वो कर देंगे, दुनिया बदल देंगे, right? That sort of corrective actions. But many of those are just like कुछ लिखना है इसलिए लिख दिया है. But is it really required or not? That we must be able to see and ask a question like is it really required? I'm not saying don't implement the changes, don't change anything. If it is required, definitely yes, it must be changed, right? But unnecessarily the changes they happen and then they create problem after problem. So malum chala, you go to correct one problem and you create multiple problems and so on. I have seen these kind of things happening in the experience कि पूरा plant ही ठप हो गया, 2 महीने के लिए बंद हो गया. So somebody changed certain things and everything stopped functioning and so on, creating more problems as such. Is there too much or too little detail? Both are important. The details must be adequate, appropriate. Jitna chahiye, utna chahiye. Too much detail can create, confusion. Too little detail may not give you, the required information, right? So that is. And are there data supporting the investigation's conclusion? Like if you recall what I said in the previous slide, in the beginning slides, assumption. So if there is an assumption, there would not be a data, right? So there has to be a data available. When you say that this failure has happened because of that, there should be a proper justification to that. And justification without data is meaningless, right? So is data available and does the kappa make sense? Corrective and preventive actions, whatever will be recommended, whether they are really making sense or not. सबसे बड़ा kappa क्या होता है? Human error. Tell me. Training. That guy has already trained. And he's been working there for 20 years perhaps. Operator hai machine ka. So this guy is working 20 years on that same machine. So do you think he needs more training? Useless. That kappa is useless actually, right? So think about that. Is that kappa really makes sense or not? You would train him, he'll he'll do some other mistake perhaps. So you would retrain. So that means we ourselves are challenging, our training program and so on. Train people. I had an instructor in UK, driving mein karta tha, to class leta tha. So he says कि accidents happen with the train drivers only. Now सीखिए वो धीरे-धीरे चला रहा है 10 speed and he is aware about all his surroundings and so on. So accidents happen with trained people. So mistakes are made only by people who are actually working on the equipment and machine and so on, right? So training is not, yes, training can be one of the corrective actions, but it is not the holy grail, you can say, right? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm done. I'll just wrap up. Okay. So I'm skipping this. I'm already getting a call from here. So what was important, I discussed on that particular topic. I'm very sure you would circulate the copies of these presentations also. So those are more of, simple nature. You can go through, you can easily understand that, right? So I will quickly, give some key messages and close my presentation here. So after this discussion, I would like to emphasize on these couple of points, like invest in training, for teams to master failure analysis tools, and particularly kahan kaun sa use karna hai, that is more important rather than you can use, these are extremely simple tools. Encourage collaboration between multidisciplinary teams. That is also extremely important. As I told you, just I could see here, there was no person from procurement here. There's no people from engineering and maintenance, right? Create a safe environment. Like, person comes, saab fail ho gaya batch, isko nikal do yaar naukri se. No, not that kind of environment. So people will not come forward. They will not tell you what are the problem. Consider failure as opportunity of learning, and that can change the entire environment in the organization as such. Continuous monitoring, never stop. Like, I resolved the problem, that means problem gone, not necessary. You need to, that's why they say that kappa effectiveness check, whether my corrections and prevention, whatever I have done, so-called, So based on my best understanding of the problem, but is it really helping or not? So keep on monitoring that, right? So these are certain things which I specifically emphasize on. Then, so key takeaways from here are the importance of investigation beyond symptoms. Addressing only surface issues would not help you resolve the problem forever. Root cause approach. A systemic failure requires systemic solutions, right? If you have problem in a system, so system has to be, corrected. And so it's not like simply, improving a machine or training operator as we discussed. That is not the real, solution. Uh, and culture, right? Beyond the blaming culture, like, failure investigation and facilitation, a positive culture need to be, built up. So those are the final thoughts, my final thoughts here, and I close my presentation here. If you have, I think, questions now or, yeah.
Sorry, sir, for rushing you.
No.
I request Dr. Naresh Sharma, sir, please give Mr. Manish the memento as a token of our appreciation. Come, sir. Sir. So our next speaker is Mr. Prabir Kumar Pal. He is the Senior Vice President, Quality and Compliance, Alchem Laboratories. He'll be addressing us on data integrity. Mr. Prabir.
Yes, someone.
For everyone's information, we have some change in our agenda today. After Prabir Kumar sir's address, there will be no tea. We'll be directly going to the question answer session. And after that, we'll go for the tea break. So if anyone is having questions, please give us the questions so we can try to answer them all.
Excuse me. It's on. Can you teach me? Or? Okay. Done. Thank you, Sapna. Before starting my talk, actually, I would like to thank CDSCO and IDMA friends, specifically Honorable Dr. Reddy, Dr. Viranchi Shah, Dr. Dharmesh Patel, Dr. Jayant Kumar, Dr. Naresh Sharma, Mr. Mudda, all my friends and colleagues here who are sitting here patiently for my last presentation. I know, it is between. Anyway, so I'll make my introduction short here. But the key takeaway, what I learned, and this is phenomenal actually. This is giving me a paradigm shift in terms of understanding towards regulators' view as well as what we need to do in terms of establishing culture of quality. Specifically, I learned a key topic here, information about education versus training, which we generally talk about. Manish talked a lot about training, But if we switch that training to education, probably we'll have better situation, better culture. And also talk about, we learned a lot of insight about PQS, Muddazab. Now I'm coming to my topic. This is kind of a buzzword, data integrity. In pharma industry, data integrity is considered to be the good or bad? Good? How many you feel good? Great, great. I think this is different understanding. But if you look at, if there is issues, 483 observation, warning letter, and you have to go to, notify SEBI, what do you do? You talk about our observations are so and so, so many numbers, but there is no data integrity, correct? So this is such an important factor we need to notify there. And that's why this term is very important for us. And that's what we are looking at it today. What I'm going to touch base today about is issues, its challenges, and the solutions which we need to, which we can actually implement to get rid of it for any issues related to data integrity. This is standard disclaimer, I'll skip it. Before I go into depth of the integrity issues or integrity related matter, I would like to talk about the Dr. Viranchi Shah's point, which is related to the quotient, the matter related to my patient, who is my own family. If I think about that, then it correlates that situation that the drugs which we are producing here as an industry folks is for my family, is for the public healthcare, but public is who? This is me or my family. Next thing is about drug regulations, which are there, coming up regularly with different version of it, is to ensure the safety, efficacy, and quality. The compliance to Schedule M, as Dr. Reddy talks about, is mandatory. CGMP requirements are mandatory. Indian pharma industry is caring for health of Indians, for us, but it is also caring for the entire globe, and that's why we are termed as pharmacy of the world. India is the pharmacy of the world. Why I'm talking all this here? It's already been talked, but related to the integrity part of it, we see certain contrasting facts, and that's what I'm bringing in here, and that's why I'm going to that issues which we need to handle with. What we have seen recently, CGMP inspection conducted by CDSCO through the risk-based approach, which is being conducted by the team since 2022 till through today. It reveals almost like 36% of the facilities are not in compliance state. Almost like 400 sites got audited, out of which 36% are not in compliance. And few of them already started off because of the fact that they realize they cannot comply with. The other facts related to the global scenario, where we see about 20 odd warning letters issued to Indian pharma manufacturers by FDA recently, between 23 and 24. The Form 483, which we have seen as recent as in September 2024, issued by FDA, we have seen data integrity issues of torn pieces of GMP documents, balance print. This is in public, that's what I'm just talking about it. In Strascan, recently, a week back, the 483 published. Beyond recent scenario, there are other issues which are related to falsified batch manufacturing records, duplicate equipment logs, falsified records of stability, selective reporting of data, to pass filling batch, lack of access control on electronic system. This is again for a company based in India, which were published in July 2024. Another one in January 24 related to massive data integrity breaches for sterility assurance document, forging signatures, attendance and record. What are these actually is giving us? Is actually tarnishing our image, tarnishing our healthcare support, which we are talking about for in world, but these are giving us some kind of negative image. I'll touch base certain issues in practical sense, what we are seeing. We are seeing reports wherein data is getting adjusted blatantly to pass the result. This is, if you see here, the 13.519 corrected to 13.511. Simple thing, but is it justified? If it is transcription error, anything can be understood, but this is a balance verification record. Here you are writing the report. Another one, we tend to go in a hurry and then, अरे data तो आ गया, इसको लिख लेते, हाथ में लिख लेते, gloves में लिखते. They're very common phenomena, right? But is it acceptable? क्यों नहीं acceptable है? Huh? Exactly. This is not contemporaneous. This is another, matter of data integrity. Although you are not intentionally doing, you may be writing the same data in your raw data letter, but it is not as per the regulation. Torn pieces, as we already have talked about, we are tearing off balance printout and then throwing in the trash bin. These are not original. These are original record, you are actually throwing it away. This is very crucial. Duplicate logbook. What are the things we see in laboratory? In laboratory, what we see, trial sample analysis, right? What is trial? Before putting a sample, we wanted to see whether the sample is really passing or not. And that's a fear factor we have in your mind, and that's why we intend to see that before we go for it. This is not good. Deletion or overwriting of raw data. Testing into compliance. We tend to test again and again till the batch passes, right? And this is a fact. We may have seen that a batch is too much of cost, or maybe we need to, release it on pressure. This can be one of the situations. I'm giving all hypothetical situation. Then altering integration parameter. This is a very key factors which is surfaced out recently, even in the past as well. What we do there, we reprocess the chromatograms by altering the base to base or parameters, tweaking all integration to marginally go up or low to make it compliant. And administrative privileges and forging with it is another thing which can happen if the company is not integral or not taking that care of it. Misrepresentation of the data is one thing is very important. And it generally happens when we intentionally doing things to represent passing data whenever there is a failure. This can happen with microbiology. It can happen anywhere in lab or anywhere in the manufacturing operation. Next, let's talk about why these things are coming up. I mean, we already talked about it, touch base, most of the items related to, but I'm bringing in here some of the things. It's kind of arrogance. I know it is wrong, but I will do it anyway. This is my culture. ऐसी तो करके आ रहा है, इतने दिन से तो चल रहा था, क्या होता है? Quality issues. Who will address it? It's quality team who are sitting there. It's not my baby. I'm an engineering guy. He said it. Correct. Why I should bother on it? ये तो उनको करना है. And a lot of that. What I should do? I need to, make it reported. We have a timeline bound to it. Let's make forge in it. I've given commitment to management. I'll release the back in OS. What I need to do? I need to make some adjustment associated with it. Manish, this one, risk assessment. This is the most prevalent misused item, that is risk assessment. He talked about a lot, that's what I'm not touching here. Covering things through a risk assessment cannot be the solution. Open system. If I keep my balance open, anybody can change. And I had an experience with one of the analysts. Now, he was tempting to do that with his past experience. He was talking about it. साहब आप बैलेंस खोल के रखोगे तो मेरे लिए तो easy है ना, मैं कर लूंगा इसको. This is the kind of mindset goes there. So here comes the organizational culture, which probably the leading factor for commitment of issues related to data integrity. What are the types of data integrity? We can bucket it in two. I mean, it can be an intentional or unintentional, right? Inadvertent error, we generally talk about it. It is unintentional situation. Generally happens, we commit it. What are the cases? When it's kind of accidental, bad practice. I can give example, like one operator doing in-process testing, instead of placing 20 tablets for weighing it, he mistakenly put 19 tablet and take a weight. You will see this result is not matching. It is not meeting the specification. What you will do? The easiest way to throw it away and take another print. Right? That is kind of unintentional thing. He has made a mistake, but that is not a data integrity commitment, right? But by virtue of doing this and not recommending that part of paper, it is making a falsified situation or a issue related to one we have seen in the 483. It can be because of the poorly designed process or procedures. If we not make the simple process, or if we are not making a process which is designed according to the requirement or according to the ease of the operation, it is going to create problem. And last thing is about education. If we don't have proper education in it, next one is related to intentional also cases. If you see the percentage I have depicted here, 80% cases are unintentional one. And this is widely known. Intentional cases are only 20%. Even sometimes it is less. But they are very serious in nature. Their intent comes in picture. Their companies commit in deliberate action of adjusting data, manipulation, etc. If we try to understand the root cause associated with it, what is the basic cause of it? Whether intentional or unintentional, they can be correlated to the fraud angle. What is there in fraud angle? You can see the pressure, rationalization, and open system or opportunity. If there is a pressure at different level or all the level for an analyst or a person operating at soft floor, there will be a chance of committing data integrity. Then opportunity about balance or any system which is open without password, without audit trail control, will have opportunity for persons to commit mistake there. Rationalization is the one where people have opportunity to take path. And I have two paths available. I will select. That will drive the fact of getting a data integrity breaches or a good system of data integrity. Irrespective, it is intentional or unintentional, it is lapse in TI if it is committed. And it is actually driving towards the fact that data is not reliable. Further, if we deep dive into the causes, what we can see, it can be bucketed into two aspects. One is related to leadership or behavioral aspect, another one related to technical or procedural aspect. Behavioral aspects, if you look through the institutional arrogance, which is my way of doing it, I'll run. Nobody is going to catch me. Poor attitude to problems. I mean, Manish talked about how we go on investigating it. If I take a different path of adjusting things in problem solving, we're leading to there. If we don't go the 5 why, if we stay with only 1 why, probably we'll have problem. Institutional bad habits. That again can be a cause. Hierarchy system, I mean, poor can be a bigger of it, and seen in multiple cases. Panic, stress, and fatigue, which we see when at the end of the month, there is a tremendous pressure on any organization or any plant to give the delivery, right? Whatever crores you pills we commit to it. Lack of personal hygiene or personal integrity and honesty, that is a personal matter. Sometimes it is there. Overthinking, another fact we generally do a lot in pharma industry. And this is a killer. I mean, we have a simple solution right sitting there, but we see the complex and in a critical one, which is never can be achieved, and by virtue of which we commit mistake. Culture of blame and fear, it is another fact. If we start blaming each other, I mean, procurement team always will be, give the blame that the analysis बराबर नहीं किया इसके लिए fail हो रहा है, correct? Wherein true factor probably could be, is different. Sorry. So lack of institutional skill, ignorance due to poor education system that encourages bad practice and poor management is the one which can be addressed through a technical activities, right? Technical upgradations. The contributing factors here is more behavioral than technical. You can see the plot here. What are the key principles of data integrity generally industry follows? I mean, this is ALCOA, which we all know. It's about data should have attributable, legible, contemporaneous, original, and accurate feature in it. And if we go further into it for plus, then we'll see complete, consistent, enduring, and available situation, right? This is there as a guidance. And how much and what extent we are following, that is important. If you see the history of regulators' perspective looking at data integrity started from QC, wherein analysis is the more critical part of it. But this is no more is the situation. It is extended to everywhere, even the trash can. The truck which is going out from the security gate is also getting investigated on account of data integrity. Is ensuring data integrity is a challenge for industry? Yes or no? Yes? Why yes? Good one. Yes, actually, we are lacking in going towards quality management maturity. That's a fact. We are not really there, what is expected and what will benefit. And that's what probably this conference all about, will probably make a different step for assuring data integrity. There are other factors. Some of my earlier colleagues also talked about it, related to pharmaceutical companies and their pressure on giving lower value proposition in terms of reducing cost to improve the KPIs. And sometimes we are miserably pressed during like COVID situation. Lack of support from senior management is very critical factors. I mean, if we don't have support from senior management, it can create problem. Insufficient resources. I mean, Dr. Reddy already questioned us and we said no to it. And that is are reason for data integrity. Manual transfer of data in hybrid system or in paper-based system is a cause of issue. It can be intentional or unintentional too. What are the consequences? Patient may receive a wrong medication in case there is a data integrity batch is passed without investigating it properly for a failed situation. It can show up with NSQ and recalls. DI issue leads to warning letter, import alert, and facility closure. These are the consequences, very long-term consequences. Organizational impact is what? Negative reputation for the patient. And this is the reality. Not only for DI, even if we are receiving a list of or 483s, that also creating questions by the customers. And that's what we are seeing, experiencing it. Marketing authorization and application get delayed. Or business and finance loss is obviously there, right? And recovery from a data integrity issue or breaches is very long-term phenomena. At least 2 years, even sometimes it is more. I know some of the companies took almost 10 years to recover from that situations. How can the DI issues be solved? The next step of it, right? Thanks to Mr. Mudda, he already presented it, connecting dot between GMP, PQS, and practices, right, systems. Here it is a little different. It is about QMS, building culture, and technical aspect. That is the process and infrastructure which we need to put in forward. If we connect these three items together in one amalgamated situation or a form, probably we'll have solution. Now talk about quality management or PQAs, where it can be applied or where it should start. For me, it should start at development. Development aspect is very important. I don't know how many of you are from development. Anybody from development? Only one. This is again a representation. This is very important. And most of the cases, poor analysts committing mistakes because of poor analytical techniques. Most of the time. This is my analysis, but this probably is universally true. If we have a method or a product smoothly developed, robustly developed, then this issue of playing around with it is not a requirement, right? So that's why ICH Q8 and Q14 are very important. 14 is the recent one, but if we take them into account while developing a product, probably we'll be having a solution. And thanks to our regulators today, they express that fact that development is also one of the expectations coming in picture. And we're going that direction. Technology transfer. Here, we generally see the gaps, right? बैच बनाते कौन है? एग्जीबिट बैच या R&D बैच आके कोई ट्रांसफर करने के टाइम पे कौन बनाता है? R&D वाला आके बना के चला जाता है. But we don't put our effort in understanding it, and by virtue of which we generally don't understand the process and the product, and which is why we get issues or difficulties while manufacturing product. Then comes process validation. That is another factor of it. And we see even sometimes process validation gets failure and a failure result. Sorry. Then commercial batches. In actual commercial production, when we are manufacturing product, we are following CPB concept and with an advanced factor in it, or APQR data monitoring. These are very important data set to understand where we are. What is the current state of us or steady state of the product? Another factor which really we undermine, specifically for investigations, for OS, OT, deviation, market complaint, what we tend to do, we tend to analyze it with limited number of why or limited number of tools, and thereby we assign human errors as the root cause, and that is most prevalent fact across. I'm handling both the scenario of domestic operation as well as international. That's what I know. In most of the scenarios across, human error is the easy root cause, and thereby training deke khatam karte hain. But if we go beyond, then only we'll be able to find the root cause, and thereby taking a kappa will make a better solution. And that is what is expected by PQS. Another factor, market complaint. These are feedbacks, right, from market. We get product, we get lack of efficacy product, we get NSQ, right? We tend to fight with that. But if you go deeper into it and understand it, going to the correct root cause of it probably will make a better situation. Better situation for the product itself. Not only for the patient, but product itself. Then continuous improvement. Continuous improvement talks about changes. And I see that is totally correlated with where we are today here. ICSQ 12 is talking about product changes and associated activities, but it can be applicable to anywhere. System-related changes also, but not to the tune of 84 changes in SOP. That is disaster. But any changes which is really relevant, which is going to make the situation state of the art and according to the today's expectation, it is required, and we need to do that. If we don't do that, then probably we'll be lagging behind. Process simplification and associated changes is one thing I believe personally is going to solve a big way to any of the pharma industry or any of the operations. By workshop, those who are actually operating for regulated market, I see almost like 80% here, as Dr. Dharmesh said, here we are operating for international market, right? So there we are seeing a lot of regulations are there. What we do, we copied each of the guidances and then blended together in our SOP without understanding real implication of it during adhering to it, right? And that makes real consequences in terms of committing mistakes. I'm saying committing mistakes, I'm talking with the context of DI, that's why it is coming in here as a DI factors. We tend to put cost saving approaches. आज AVD लगाते हैं हम तो, आज ये excipient change कर दो, आज ये packaging material change कर दो, आज ये API change करो. Are they not reality, right? रोज करते हैं ना, but किसके लिए कर रहे हैं? To make it better price, to stay with the market, otherwise we'll not be in the market, and that balance is needed. But if we don't put our caution there, if we go there without understanding its implication in it, if without understanding the CMA associated with it, we'll be having failure than a passing or a success. And that's what exactly happened most of the situation. We don't understand it because we don't go into the depth of it. Thereby, what I say, adopt ICH-Q9, that quality risk management at each and every stages, along with quality system and a pharma's PQS, that is Q10, together with organizational value, which I'll be talking up later, will make a big solution for us. Now let's talk about culture. We talk a lot of associated with culture today. I mean, probably 100 times we heard this culture, quality culture. So that way, it is what? It is nothing but the customs, the habits, etc. of a society or a country or a region. Mr. Mudda talked about experience of handling multiple zonal sites. And exactly same thing, we have seen it. Daman have a particular culture. We have a site here, I know. Daman, as a site, location will follow this kind of culture. And whether it is in McLauer or in Alchem or USB or any other companies, you will see the same culture. Go to Baddi, you will see the different thing. Sikkim will have different approaches. Blending them together is a difficult task, right? It is the way we do the things. That's what we learn, we inherit it, we actually practice it. And that gets reflected. Even if we recruit a new person, within the same vicinity, we'll see the same kind of mistake. And that is invariably happening. And that's what the culture drives towards the integrity of culture. So if we need to make ingrained quality culture, what we need to do? We need to see our mindset. We need to see our capabilities. We need to see our system. And on mindset, we need to see the quality, philosophy, and values associated with it. We need to see quality understanding at leadership level and each and every stages of it. We need to see continuous quality improvement. On capabilities, we need to see whether we are fit for that organizational culture or not, focusing that quality. We need to see whether quality is the core of our excelling factor. We need to see the risk management process, whether it is intelligent or proactive in nature or not. These are all desired functions. Surveillance system is one thing which is important, but it has to be sensitive and fast in reaction. Surveillance, I'm talking about auditing. And we got an audit observation, if we react after 6 months, it's not going to make any sense or benefit to us. Strategic investment in education, not in training. System and processes can be improved through intelligent quality standard, which is the latest one, upgraded one. Then prevention and improvement focused activities is going to help us a lot. So if we blend all these three things together, we'll have a good quality system, which will be followed across. Now, I want to talk about the pathway to quality culture. This is not a fixed rules, which I envisaged, which I wanted to showcase today. Captured here is, first and foremost thing is to define the values. Second one is related to creating awareness about the defined values, which we wanted to inherit it across the organization. So value of the organization, then spreading of those values across organization, creating infrastructure and environment for getting that value realized or followed. Then comes education and training. Reward and recognition, which I'm talking about focusing data integrity. It's not about getting rewarded for delivery. Then management review, it is very important. Very, very important tool of ICHQ 10, but it is needed. Without this, we are going to get an issue. Continuous improvement, this is the life of it, and everywhere it is required. The values, which is value. When a value is, organizational values are guiding principles that provide an organization with purpose and direction. It is giving that direction, what we need to do. Now I can quote here, and we have 9 values in our organization, which is there. And it is right sitting at our, everybody, every day, when open it, it is going to be visualized for them. What are they actually? What they are helping us? They are helping us in managing the interaction between different parties, different departments, different segments. If we have core values of quality, is there with us, the second values after safety, that is really going to be the second one. Delivery will come at the end. Then only we'll be able to go to that level of our target. creating awareness about values. This is very important. I mean, barely by creating value, we wanted to inculcate this, we wanted to follow it. It's not going to make any sense until unless it is percolated down to the operator level, the person who is operating in the soft floor, including the person who is, working for cleaning. Very important activity in GMP. What we can do, we can make awareness related to it by putting posters, putting competition, putting kind of celebrating quality weeks. We have heard about safety week. It is generally followed, but quality week probably very few companies followed. Quality break or DI break and communication by the management about what they actually expect out of everything. What is the core values of it? If it is communicated by top management, including CEO or MD, at a soft floor level, through a town hall, that probably will give a better percolation inside the mind of the soft floor people. Few pictures of our, actions which we do generally follow. Now, setting goals consistent with, consistent with organizational values is very important. If every team actually have their own goal, quality has their own goal, production has their own goal. If it is interconnected and if it is created in such a way that it is giving that value proposition in core of it, in their spinal cord of it, probably there will be less breaches of data integrity. Education and training. This is most important factor. I mean, we talked about it. I mean, we are sitting here, probably we are giving education or workshop-based learning to the few creamy people of the company who are deputed here, right? But is similar kind of education going down to the person who is there at soft floor? That is the core of it. Good that Dr. Reddy proposed this kind of program, at least getting hosted here in Daman as a cluster site. And this is one step towards achieving that thing. This is at least going to the industry folks who are actually working in the soft floor. Otherwise, Daman के जगह ये मुंबई में होता तो क्या होता? कॉर्पोरेट का 2-4 लोग आते थे, वो सुन के चले जाते थे, वो आता भी नहीं होगा. Right culture नहीं होगा तो. That's why training or education at soft floor is important. So operation meeting, if that is happening at soft floor, then we'll have a better situation. We'll get the real flavor of what actually happening there. Even sometimes we do conference room based training. If that can be avoided, that is even better. We need to understand the concern of the people who are at work. If we go to soft floor, we interact with the people, we will see a lot of perspectives in it, which can be an inherent cause of issues which we generally see, right? So those can be prevented if we go there and interact. इसलिए ज़्यादा मीटिंग ना करके सॉफ्ट फ्लोर में जाएंगे तो that will be the better situation for any of the soft floor management, right? Encourage quality speech. I mean, that is very much towards the open culture of it. The last but not the least is empowering people for continuous improvement. Empowering people is the important factor. If we do empower people to do their work with their own way, with the procedures which are defined, probably we'll have better situation than anything. Reward and recognition, which I'm talking over here, is about demonstration for core values, about safety, about quality, about any other values which we have. Admitting mistakes as an opportunity for learn and overcome instead of hiding it. This is a very important factor. And if we stay with our stick, if we wanted to always call up people for commitment of mistake, then this culture will not come in picture. So we need to create that culture of openness for getting the sense. Ideas for continuous improvement, and this can come every time whenever we'll have situations there to interact with them. There could be a whistleblower policy. Some of the companies does have it. They set up a whistleblower email address wherein people can write unanimously. Those things are very important to get real flavor of the soft floor or any of the corners wherein issues are getting captured. Creating infrastructure and environment. So this is very important factors. I mean, I'll go a little fast. We need to see how we have in terms of our processes, equipment. We may have antiquated old equipment, platforms which are not giving that results which are generally required by today. Say for example, compression machine. The latest compression machine comes with AWC and many other features which are inherently having features of rejecting tablets which are out of the weight. Even we can avoid doing in-process testing there compared to the cases of old machines. But we need to see it, stay with it sometimes. But if we have opportunity, we can reduce them. Technology of better technology of FTNIR, PAT technology. These are nice tools to save and ease the operation there. Management responsibility. This very, very important factor in giving the environment for an organization. Management commitment, effective and implementation of quality policy, adequate resources, creation of appropriate working environment, effective communication and feedback, empowering employees, management review of PQIs, quality related indexes and KPIs, management review and review of DI issues, if any, to the tune of corrective actions. Any DI issues has to go to top management. Then only this kind of situation can prevent it for DI breaches. Another aspect, if company has that bandwidth to accommodate many digitalized systems like eLIMS, CDS, EQMS, EBMR, EDMS, ETMS, eValidator, WMS, L2 integrated PCs. These all actually going to give you that Pharma 4.0. Probably we are not there, but still we can look for it. By virtue of doing all these cases, what we'll achieve is reducing the human touch there. And by virtue of reducing human touch, we are going to increase the possibility of DI. Data integrity, हमको मिलेगा उसमें strength मिलेगा. Another thing is auditing skill. I mean, we are seeing regulators are also learning, they are also getting training, and they are maturing to that level. But auditing at soft floor done by our own people for self-inspection, how we are doing it? Are we doing the same way as regulators are doing? Or we're just ticking our box and then making it? This is one of the critical area where quality management team or management system can catch hold of a lot of insight, a lot of issues which can be taken into corrective and preventive actions by making competent people in auditing. Surprise inspection. Do we do surprise inspection internally? And some of the companies probably, not all. But do you get surprise or not? Anyway, probably yes. Escalating DI observation at a higher management, we already talked about it. Extend the investigation or CAPA related to DI to all sites, all areas. Probably this is cultural matter which we need to fix there. Oh, sorry. It's about monitoring data integrity. Can be happening through audit trail review, which we really do. I'll not stay with it for long. Then effective data governance system. This is one of the key factors. And this content I have taken it from WHO TRS 1033, published in 2021. It's given a path and the procedures which we can adapt there to establish a data governance system for ensuring data integrity, which talks about preparing data integrity policy and associated procedures, which we need to actually amalgam here. Data integrity policy can talk about the set of expectations With those expectations, we need to have QMS documentation or the QMS SOPs, which club together can then produce that data governance system, which will be ensuring that data is integral and it is consistently being adhered everywhere in the organization. Continuous improvement, I mean, it's about Kaizen, following everywhere. If we look through it and make a habit of it, we can make ourselves from a level 1 till level 4. I'll take it to the one which is the desired one, which is giving that quality management maturity as a concept adhered by the company. Level 1, wherein companies are getting surprises and then trying to fix them out, and then when they getting into inside of it and started kind of snowball effect and bigger issues are coming up, but by virtue of it, they generally get out of that business most of the time. Level 2, little bit better, wherein companies who are having better feature like attacking issues and then getting a corrective action done. Level 3 were more proactive by adding a balanced approach of it. Level 4 is the one which is completely preventively focusing towards cultural adherence and making it firm. There are legislations, as we already have talked about. There are 9 checkpoints in WHO, risk-based checklist, which is published in 27 of March 2024, which is finalized. It was there before, but it is finalized in March 2024. I don't know, you guys know it or not, but you can make a note of it. It is having a segment under 58, check for data integrity. It was not there before, but you guys have actually added it, and which we need to follow. It all talks about the completed contemporaneous recording, then user access level, audit trial review, backing up of the systems, and then SOP for data integrity prepared by QA. Next one related to Schedule M, which I have gone through it, but could figure out no term specifically mentioned about data integrity, but there are a lot of associated expectations which are stated in general segment of 17.2 and 20. You will see a lot of words associated with data integrity assurance, which are already captured. And it is a mandatory requirement, by the way. From July, it is started for the big companies, and after January, probably it will start rolling out for small companies as well. FDA guidance, I don't know, it's kind of similar thing which are expected. I'm just keeping for the paucity of time, which also talks about the Part 11 compliance. Key takeaways, which I want to touch base a little bit. Maintaining DI, as we already agreed, it is a challenging aspect. It is not easy, and it is not a one-time fix. Regulatory authorities are adopting the legislations and the guidance associated with DI. I mean, that itself is giving that fact that we also need to upgrade ourselves. Relying merely on legislations and guidance to maintain DI may be insufficient. I mean, if we don't have a cultural fit associated with the DI or the quality system, we are not going to go there anyway. Organization culture and matured quality system is the key to data integrity assurance. Digitalized infrastructure and environment enhances possibility of reducing data integrity breaches. Secure database, flawless training, and auditing skills are crucial for identifying issues. Continual improvement for evaluating organization to next level of quality management maturity is the key here. So with this, I would like to talk about a fact that a small spark probably we are doing today is igniting us. So we are taking that learning that cultural fit is the one which we need to follow and take it forward. Thank you so much. Any questions? I'll take a second. Thank you.
I request Dr. Ishwara Reddy to present Mr. Prabir with a memento.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
I request Dr. Naresh Sharma to please come on the stage and moderate this question answer session. बोल दूं सबको? Correct. Yeah, yes, sir. I request Dr. Ishwara Reddy, Mr. Mudda, Mr. Manish, Mr. Prabir. Okay. Please come on the stage for the question answers. No, thank you. So please. I'll go down.
We are going to start the question answer sessions, and we are highly thankful to all the eminent speaker for their wonderful talk. And throughout the day, we had learned a lot on the various aspects and unique topic what has been covered on the quality culture as per revised schedule M, building holistic quality culture, failure investigation, and data integrity. And excellent talk by the Dr. Ishwar Reddy, that as quality as per the revised schedule and the regulatory prospects has enlightened, and a lot of questions has received for all the speakers, and beautifully explained by Mudda Saab regarding the quality culture in a rich experience over decade, and what has been say thought he has poured from 2009 2014 and till date. Still this is the thing which has been put as a part of the guideline and the regulations, and thus failures and the other part which is a success is also equally important. Both are a balanced one, and the last data integrity was really very good. There are a lot of questions what has been submitted, and without taking much time, I would like to share the questions what has been put forward by the participants. The first question to Dr. Ishwar Reddy sir, that how can we shift our approach towards human element to empower our human as resource?
One human is asking the another human. So, question appears to be simple, but answer appears to be difficult. Can you repeat again that question?
This is like how we can shift the approach towards human element to empower our human as resource. With respect to the failures or DI issues.
With respect to the
Failures and DI issues, yeah.
I can talk wait on it. Sorry, I can talk about failures associated with data integrity, wherein human touch, if we can eliminate, is an ideal scenario. But look at the reality. I mean, we are not in that arena yet to get everything automated, which could be possible if we adapt Pharma 4.0. But we are not there in this situation. But today's talk and today's learning which we are getting is the cultural fit. If we have a culture, then probably digitalization or automation is not the need, but it will help, definitely will help. That much I can say by putting automation. I mean, we are looking towards making automated QC, paperless QC, probably give better sense of it. But if somebody wants to commit intentionally to do something, it is everywhere possible, even in automated system also. I mean, this is, we have witnessed it, right? Thank you.
I can add.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think if I understood the context of the question, how to empower people with respect to DI and failures. So it appears encourage, how to encourage. So basically, in an organization, you should have a blame-free culture. If something goes wrong, focus on the issue and not on the person. Invariably, we normally fire the messenger. The person who brings the message is the first person to receive the reprimand. So I think as a culture, we'll have to create an environment where people are encouraged to come and speak up, and that should be welcome. I think that is what it means by empowering people or encouraging people to keep reporting failures without any fear.
So the next,
I hope that clarifies that. Yeah. Yeah. Good.
the next question is that how do we encourage employee to participate to the active quality culture? Is again to Dr. Ishwar Reddy. What is the written name over here? How do we encourage the employee to participate for the active quality culture?
I think in my presentation, 3-4 slides, I have mainly talked about the culture mainly depends upon the behavior, attitude, and mindset of the person. So to change this behavior, I repeatedly said the motivational factors like reward or other thing, it won't change his behavior much. It may change only for a particular period, 1 week, 10 days, or 1 month. Or if you would like to really have a long-term effects on the behavioral changes, it is a continuous process. That means we said he should be engaged. You should be part of the decision making process. You should be involved in the matters which are related to him. As somebody said, the SOP is written by somebody, signed by so many people. The right person is not aware about that actually what's supposed to be the content. The person who is actually responsible for implementing, even he is not the author. Author is somebody else. So if you want to really have improve the quality culture in the organization, the most important thing is his involvement is very, very important. So that will come again. I said 3-4 examples. We should consider him as a part of our family, our organization, and management should not be restricted their directions, everything only from the meeting rooms. They should come to the shop floor level to add value to that particular point or issue. These type of things, theory, it is very easy to say. I can say a lot of things, but actually for you to implement, that is really a great challenge. But those who are really have that commitment for the implementation, then you are a visible person in the organization. I think you know meaning of a visible person. In your organization, maybe 500 or 5,000 people are working. But out of 5,000, if you want to be visible, then you need to change your attitude, behavior, culture, mindset, everything. And you should work for the organizational goals. Then I'm sure from this audience of around 300 people here, even if 5% will be visible, we are successful in conducting this training program. But make sure that who are the 5% here and how you can be visible not only in organization, in the entire pharma industry. Okay, thank you, Naresh.
Thank you so much, sir, for your answer. And now the next question to Shri S.M. Muddhaji. that every time, whenever we see the quality culture and the other important that projects from top driven or driven from the bottom.
Okay, I think if I understood, yes, culture is always driven from the top. It is the management responsibility. And as you have seen in our Schedule M revised guideline, the creation of pharmaceutical quality system, integrating product life cycle is a management responsibility. So culture is always top driven. And in fact, managements make plans, set their goals, provide resources, create organogram, create structure, create system. If management do all that, naturally, as I said, PQS being the platform for taking TMPs through to culture level, it automatically happens. So yes, it does start from the top management.
Thank you so much, sir. The next question is probably for the two speakers, Manishji or Prabirji. Like, how can we conclude for the BMR pages missing and deviation, and can land up somewhere to identify the root cause for the same if the pages are missing from the BPR or BMR?
Okay. So if I understand the question correctly, missing pages from the BMR, how to
BMR
handle?
or BPR. So how, like, this is the deviation. So can we land up somewhere like how to investigate and how to find out and reach to the root cause?
Absolutely. As I mentioned in my presentation also, like anything which is not happening as expected is a failure. So we do not expect in general missing pages from a batch manufacturing record. So that is also a failure. And the investigation, exactly the way you would investigate for a machine not functioning or a product not meeting the specification, this investigation also should happen in same manner. Need to identify why these pages are missing, get to the root cause. Like, it could be a deliberate act, or it could be, just an error or something. Like, your binders, paper binder is not a good quality, perhaps. That can be a root cause. You can come to a conclusion, right? Because the binder was not working properly, you might have accidentally missed, a couple of pages. So, failure, investigation, and appropriate root cause and corrective actions. I hope I answered your question. It was specific to the missing pages investigation.
That's right.
Let us understand that. Hello. Is this kind of issues occurring frequently, or it is an isolated case? I mean, I want to add on top of what Manish said. That is kind of understanding or repeatability which we can look at it. One incidence you can give that benefit of doubt, it probably is a mistake, but if it is repeatedly happening, you need to see it, right? So you need to go the cultural factor in it. And that's what I want to add. Thank you.
So I think thanks that person is asked missing of only pages, not the entire BMR. I'm not joking. This is possible also.
Yeah, it is.
Even sometimes whenever we go for inspection, when we ask for the particular BMR, वो ढूंढता रहे से सुबह से शाम तक. So I think good question is restricted to only pages.
So the next question we are going to take up, that is related to the organization, that CDSCO, we are facing a lot of challenges and for the counterfeit medicines, and what is the way forward and what is the action plan taken by the regulatory system?
This is a very interesting question. I think you have a lot of, your enthusiasm towards to ensure the quality of the drugs in the market and how the regulators are functioning. Just for your information, whomever is asked this question, in our regulation, there is no term called counterfeit. Have you come across any time term under the Drugs and Cosmetic Act or rules? So there is no term. That means there is no that word called counterfeit. So that equivalent or near to equivalent word is the spurious drug. I understand you mean to say the actually he is not a original manufacturer, somebody else is manufacturing that particular product. So that attracts the spurious drug definition. Government has taken a various measures to stop this problem of spurious drugs. In 2008, government has amended the Drugs and Cosmetic Act. You may be aware. So we have enhanced the penalties, punishment for manufacturing and sale of spurious drugs. That punishment even up to the life imprisonment. I will tell you, in entire globe, no country has the punishment of up to life imprisonment. India is the only one country. But you can say the next question. India, if it is the only one country, but India is the one of the country have the spurious problem. Okay, but there are many other sides of that coin. So I'm not saying that there is no spurious problem. Then it is a joke if I'll say that there is a problem of spurious, but the extent has come down drastically because of the various measures taken by the government of India, whether it is having the enhanced the punishment clauses, having a special courts for the handling of the drug related matters. And recent examples, I'll tell you what government has taken. You may be knowing mainly the spurious problem is for two types of products. One is the products which are high value. There is a possibility of counterfeit. Otherwise, the products which are high volumes. You, for example, take Combiflam. The volumes are so huge volumes. There is a chances of the spurious drugs. So that's why Government of India recently we notified to have a QR code for the top 300 brands. How many of you have raised your hand? You know that the top 300 brands requires the QR code, so which actually authenticate the genuineness of the product. Then wherever we are paying the amount हम स्कैन करके ऑनलाइन में करता है ना, वो हमारा पैसा सब हमारा अकाउंट में आ जाएगा. मेरा क्यूआर कोड ही लगाता हूँ सब जगह में. वो आसान नहीं है. QR code copying, especially it is not. But what they will do is, they will have their own QR code. But the moment if you scan this QR code, that will go to his server, but the content will be the remain same. A point. For example, say this is a Sun Pharma product. If I'll if it is a original Sun Pharma, if I'll scan this, it will show that products owns a batch number, manufacturing date, expiry date, manufactured by Sun Pharma. We have some details. Somebody will use the different QR code, spurious fellow, not the same QR code. If you scan that QR code, that also gives the same details only. But only problem is that people, they don't see the URL. Under the which URL these details are coming. No, actually, our if you see the QR code, what is required to be on the primary packing, tertiary packing, other things, that is a one issue, but major intent is the on primary packing. And primary packing also, I think some of the manufacturers are misunderstood. As per the regulation, each and every container or each and every strip should have a unique QR code. For example, if you're manufacturing 10,000 bottles in a batch, each bottle will have a unique QR code, that is alphanumeric number, should be unique, each bottle. So that's why it is not copyable.
I want to add.
And sorry, one more thing. Even in case of the bulk drugs API, QR code is mandatory for all companies, all products. So these may be some of the steps which we can counter the spurious menace in India.
At least this kind of situation of same code getting copied for multiple cases, and if somebody repeatedly do it, it gets actually recognized by the system. you will see if we analyze the data of that system of QR code who are scanning it, if one person, one strip getting scanned multiple times, it is registered there. So we can identify it that such a error is coming out and then report it. So by virtue of it, at least we'll able to attack it. Thank you.
So thank you so much. We have just now received the online question on the YouTube, and this is very interesting that what employees' jobs will be affected if we are going to adopt, this is related to the artificial intelligence, adopt the Pharma 4 model in our country, and which will clearly signifies the jobless people in the coming future, if the robots are going to replace the human.
Okay, let me try to attempt. And this is not the today's question. You may be knowing in somewhere in the 1983, when first time computers are introduced in India. That time it is the still worst question. Okay, these computers going to take away all our jobs. But ye ulta ho gaya. Okay, so not a one, we are using multiple computers. Okay, so I don't think so, humans are never going to be replaced with anybody except God. So if you trust the God and if you have confidence on you, so God means kidhar bhi nahi hai, hamara andar hi hai. Don't think that God means something else. Hamara andar hi hai. Okay, if you trust yourself, trust in the sense when you get a trust, if you have a knowledge, if you have a confidence, if you have experience, if you have that hardworking nature, then nothing will beat you. Whatever technology comes, whatever, yes, if you don't have knowledge, if you're not hardworking, artificial intelligence is not required. Anything can you attempt. Okay, that's why if you see so many people, they say that I have 10 years of experience, by galti se wo company hataya wo banda ko. After having 10 years of experience also, he is not able to get any job. Not necessarily that artificial intelligence. Only simple common intelligence is sufficient to take care about him. So I think it is my opinion, my personal opinion. This artificial intelligence, machine learning, robots, never going to take our job. Any further questions?
I think very well said, sir. And there has been a debate ever since we moved to digitization. It's an ongoing debate. So many great thinkers, philosophers, I mean, some of them I heard, they always said that all such initiatives are there to augment human capabilities and not replace them. It will not be replaced at all. So in a lighter vein, he says, ultimately, silicon cannot replace carbon. So the human intervention and human involvement is required in everything to do, even to create artificial intelligence. So what he said is right. It is not going to replace.
So next question, it is addressed to two speakers, Prabir Palji and Mudda Saab, that every time we discuss about ALCOA and data integrity, but while generating the data, presenting in the management meetings and the auditors, so that will be a situation.
What is the question?
The question is that every time we discuss ALCOA and data integrity, but are we generating the data and presenting in the management meetings and the auditors?
So do you mean by generating, fabricating the data? Not sure. What is the question? Yeah.
Very fair question.
Yes, what is that? No, so remain specific. So you are trying to say whether information related to data integrity should be reported in the management review meetings. Yes, of course, yes. That is part of the quality system.
Yeah.
Data integrity is an integral part of quality management system, and therefore it will become part of the management review also. Absolutely.
To address you, I mean, sorry, you said it right. Please. What I was talking about, so when you saw that issue or breaches of data integrity, what was your action on it? Was it through a QMS or it was not QMS? So but then it is there. It is in system, so anybody can see. So it's not about hiding anything, right?
So I think, your question is very genuine question. And thanks, you are openly asked this question. Otherwise, in everybody's mind, the same thing is there. Okay. And first of all, management, they don't like all this. Okay. ये भैया आप देख ले हो ना आपका level is at least good, So, but yes, this is not only at the private level, sometimes at government level also, whenever something happened, when we'll brought to the notice of the higher authorities, yaar isko sambalo aap. Things, but yes, we had to discuss, we had to put it on the paper. Okay, we should be very, very transparent in our process. So that will actually compliance to the regulation, not only regulations, this first compliance to yourself. आपका internal what you say, your minimum ethics, what we supposed to do. So we have to follow that.
One word of caution, like you have to be very clear in your thinking and understanding whether it is a real breach of data integrity, and you must have a very good questionnaire. Otherwise, I have seen a scenario where every documentation error was classified as data integrity and presented, and it came to 173 number. So naturally, nobody like that. But then if you really drill it down, 170, except two, they were suspect data integrity breaches. Rest all were simple documentation errors. I think. No, but then for that, you need to have a properly defined procedure and a checklist that will distinguish one from another. No? Yes, exactly.
So it's normally, a fear. It's a fear. Like if I show this, how does it look like? As Prabir has shown in his presentation, data integrity issues, if they are classified, 80% are unintentional and 20% are intentional. If you are hiding, so that means you are losing an opportunity to go to the root cause and find out a reason that why this is happening. Many times, data integrity is a perception. Somebody is writing, making an error. Errors can happen, in such a stressful manufacturing condition, that time limit as well as, quality of the product, filling lots of documents and so on. So errors can happen, right? So that fear comes because you may not have a right process or procedure to categorize those things. Right? All the incidents, all the so-called data integrity events or issues, if you have a proper decision tree or a process to classify those things, then only you will not be afraid of reporting, those things and so on. So usually organizations lack these kind of, decision trees or the mechanism of classifying and categorizing. So unless you report, evaluate, classify, you will not come to know exactly how you are working, and you will not be able to improve the situation. So reporting is must. And once you start reporting without, any fear, proper mechanism, you will learn over a period of time happen. I can tell this from my experience, right? About this data integrity term is not very old term, like ancient. ये 20 साल पहले, 2 decade पहले first time हमने सुना था ये, right? And then this thing started, and we First were we to oppose कि बस ये थोड़ी होता है, ऐसा थोड़ी होता है, इसको दिखाएंगे तो सब ऑडिट में हमारे पास में कुछ बचेगा नहीं, and so on. We will be closed. They will close our facilities and so on. But subsequently, over a period of time, we also learned that yes, these things, this is the way to classify, and things would improve. When you start seeing your problems, then only you will look for solutions.
So thank you so much, sir. And the next question to Mudda Saab, that in case the system, process, training, everything is in place, but sometime because of the pure human behavior or human error, if some mistakes happens, so how to address this in the kappa?
Yeah.
I'll
I
answer
request
this
to have precise answers so that we can take up more and more questions, please.
Again, so this answer is similar to my previous answer. So human error assessment, right? Human error evaluation must be done properly. For example, look, human error can happen, can be classified into three classes. It can be a mistake, or it can be a lapse, or it can be a violation, right? And now whether it is lapse, error, or violation, you must evaluate the reason behind it. The reason can be, you need to see the intent behind it, whether it is intentional or unintentional. And then, the knowledge and awareness. Like people are aware, but still the error are happening. And the motivation and context, like under which context and motivation these error has actually happened. So if you evaluate these things, properly, you would come to know that why people are committing mistake, and then you can take, accordingly proper corrective actions and so on. Why I chose to answer this question is I'll discuss with you, Mudda sir, and we work together for research in certain things, and developed, which can decipher exactly the exact assessment why this human error has actually happened and so on. So perhaps that kind of methodical approach or a process is required which can evaluate each human error so that you can classify it and take appropriate corrective actions and so on.
Only one statement I want to add. Human error is rarely the cause of any failure. It is the consequence of something else, failing elsewhere. So the active human errors are very less in number. And if you go back to Deming, he has researched and found out 94% are system driven. So the underlying contributing factors are in systems and processes and leadership and culture. So active human errors are very, very less. And if they are there through the investigation tool that he spoke, the interviewing technique, and going around the situation to actually find the root cause, if it is there, it has to be reported as it is, but rarely that is the case.
So again, another question related to the regulatory, and there are a couple of questions I had to club many of them, that how to build the transparency to enhance the quality culture and specific for monitoring plan for the KPA by CDSCO, and action plan pertaining to the risk-based inspection, audit criteria, and excipient compatibility studies.
So the criteria for us to identify the risk of pharma companies in India, one factor is that NSQs, that is not of standard quality. As a regulator, we will draw around 1 lakh samples per annum from the market by state and the CDSCO inspectors together. So out of 1 lakh, approximately around 5% of samples are found to be not of standard quality. Even out of 1 lakh, 5% means how much? 5% of 1 lakh. क्यों? अच्छा कॉफी का टाइम हो गया लगता है. So 5,000 samples. 5,000 samples means 5,000 actually batches. This is not a samples. 5,000 batches failed. Each batch approximately, if you take an average value, and multiply by 5,000, what is the total value of drug which is produced by the company is found to be ineffective. Our risk-based criteria is that out of this 5,000, we'll analyze last 5 years data and the units, companies whose products are maximum failure in NSQ. That is the one of the criteria for identifying the risk of that particular. For example, one particular company, last time 10 samples were failure last year. This year, 20 samples were failure. So that means they're maintaining the consistency in the failure. Okay. So with these type of companies is the one of the criteria. Second is that the units from where our inspectors found maximum critical and major observations in the earlier inspection report. Okay, see, for example, if you review the inspection reports of one particular company, last 2-3 inspection reports, their critical and major observations are reasonably good. Then that company is, we consider producing the medicines at the high risk. Okay. And the third is that international complaints. If your product which is exported to other country, when we receive the complaints from that country regulator or the receiver, so that type of manufacturing units also will consider as producing at high risk. These are the certain things. We have multiple criteria for identifying the risk of the company to carry out the risk-based inspections.
Yeah, we are going to take up the next question quickly to Prabirji, that in highly regulated industry, how can organizations ensure long-term data integrity while balancing the need for accessibility, particularly as technology platform and data storage method evolves?
Thank you. I mean, this is very pertinent questions. Long-term sustainability on data integrity is the need. And where we are standing, it is everywhere. And even if it is for domestic, it is required. So, I mean, learn through and discuss throughout the day today, we talk about cultural matter. So cultural fact together with QMS, solid, effective quality management system, plus digitalization or automation of the process is the solution, wherein we can actually connect the dots between all and make a better situation. I mean, Pharma 4.0 probably is the top level aspect of it, but we need to see the reality also. I mean, example of issues which we are facing in terms of Pharma 4.0. Connecting machines together to fetch out the data which is standalone or isolated is a hell lot of a job. Even with integration also we are facing issues, and that can actually driving towards a data integrity. So that's why it is very important to understand the process very well before we go for it. So barely by doing automation is not going to be our solution. Cultural matter together with the QMS is the in a better situation into it probably is the sustainable factors which will be giving for a data integrity assurance. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are going to take the second last question of the session. I request the speakers to please precisely answer that. How can organizations integrate diverse culture, operational and regulatory framework across the global locations while maintaining a consistent quality culture?
One word, through uniform pharmaceutical quality system.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay. The last question of the session is related to regulatory again. I request Dr. Ishwar Reddy to answer that. For quality culture, separate team require for organograms. In report, senior management and develop a quality culture. So this is somewhat a question which is at least unclear. And I think, sir, we can take up the another question.
This is the right way, I think, to generate the employment. So have for every purpose, we need to have a separate division or a separate cell in the organization. Actually, having more cells, more divisions, more complex. So earlier, if you see, 40, 50 years back, it was a one-man show. वो खुद रॉ मटेरियल डिस्पेंस करता है, खुद बनाता है, खुद टेस्टिंग करता है, शाम को जाके खुद मार्केट में बेच के भी आता है. I am talking about the 50, 60 years back. And I know even some units still they are doing the same. There are some companies, still one-man show. But see, when it comes to the quality cultural point, I said it is quality cultural of the human is individual behavior, individual nature. Okay, if you no need to have, if you have any system, again separate cell, I don't think it will have any added value. Okay, so it should become, as Mudda Sahab said rightly, integration. It is top to bottom. Okay, in fact, if you ask me frankly, all departments are under the one umbrella of the quality culture department only.
So it's a very important question, and as a closing remark, this is like what is the expectation from the revised Schedule M, and the other part is QR coding is mandatory.
Expectations with the revised Schedule M. As a regulator, simple compliance. Okay, so compliance to the Schedule M, and most importantly is that the compliance is the one part. What is outcome of this compliance? The quality of the product. We are assuring the quality of the products. We are promoting the innovation. We are promoting the exports, and internationally, India is going to have a good image about the products, and we will like to convergence of our standard with the international standards. And above all, whatever we have feather in our cap, that is we are the pharmacy of the world, we have to retain that cap, otherwise somebody will take that feather. Okay, so already many countries, they are working in that direction. So that is at least, whatever the earlier generation they have given this, we should retain, and we should give this to the next generation also. So thank you, Naresh.
So thank you so much, all the speakers. There are a couple of questions which will be giving over to IDMA, and they will be evaluating it, and answer will be posted on the website. And if you do feel that there are some important questions emerging even afterward of this session, so do drop the message at the IDMA, and they will be uploading on the website. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful interactive session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naresh. I will hand over mic to now Mr. Daara Patel.
Thank you. Well done, all of you. Before we break, just 5 minutes more. We are happy to announce that IDMA is going to very shortly form a Daman State Board of IDMA. And this is only with the help and volunteering attitude of the one and only Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal. Dharmesh, please rise and get acknowledged. Right. So we welcome all of you who want to become members of IDMA and take the benefit of such seminars. All of them may not be free. We may charge you something. Right. Now I'll request Rajpriya Madam to please come up and propose a vote of thanks very quickly. Some of us have to leave, so we may not be able to shake hands and meet you all, but there'll certainly be another occasion. Thank you very much and all the best. God bless you.
Respected dignitaries, on behalf of Drugs Control Administration of Dadra Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Chief Guest Dr. Ishwara Reddy Sir, Joint Drugs Controller India, CDSCO New Delhi, Dr. Viranchi Shah, National President IDMA, Shri Daara Patel, Secretary General IDMA, for organizing such an enlightening and engaging workshop on quality culture as per revised Schedule M. I would also like to thank Shri Jayant Kumar Sir, DDC West Zone Mumbai, and his team who are present here and has helped in organizing this workshop. Today's program was a resounding success, and we are deeply thankful for the invaluable knowledge and insight shared within us. I also express sincere appreciation to our esteemed speaker, Shri S.M. Mudda Sir, Shri Manish Bhatkar Sir, Shri Prabir Kumar Pal Sir, for their informative and thought-provoking presentations. Your expertise and passion for subject matter helped us understand the nitty-gritties of revised Schedule M. I also want to thank Dr. Naresh Sharma sir for moderating question and answers and helping us clarify complex concepts. I finally wish to thank the organizing team of IDMA, Ms. Sapna Patil, Deputy Secretary General IDMA, Mr. Melvin, Assistant Secretary General IDMA, for meticulously planning the workshop for all arrangements and hassle-free experience. I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizing committee, IDMA, speakers, and delegates from industries for their active participation and enthusiasm. This was a wonderful opportunity to network with fellow professionals and like-minded farmer colleagues. There was meaningful engagement seen between participants and speakers. I also want to extend thanks to one sponsors like Alchem, JB Chemicals, Aristo, and McLeod's for generous support in making this workshop a success, and also the registration team from JB Chemicals. I lastly wish to thank Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal, sir, Drug Controller Officer from SLA, for hosting this workshop. And as Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal sir has said, DNH and DD is looking forward for more such workshops. Last but not the least, I would also like to thank that Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal sir has always supported me and guided me, and I consider myself extremely lucky and blessed who has the opportunity to work under his leadership. Whatever I know and my work output is only because of you, sir. Please put your hands together for all the organizers and IDMA speakers for making this event a success. Thank you, everyone.
So I request all of you know to organize any these type of workshop at locations like Daman. We need to have work a lot of background. So this entire credit goes to Mr. Daara Patel as well as the backbone of this thing, that Dr. Dharmesh Agrawal. Give a big standing ovation, claps to the both of them. So thank you very much for your presence, and also very motivational your participation. If you see, even at 5:45 around 6 o'clock, still hall is full. So I think this is the actually what you are really respected this workshop, and this also shows your commitment and your positive attitude towards the learning and educating ourselves. So this is just a beginning. We started now conducting programs in Daman. I am sure with the support of IDMA as well as Dr. Dharmesh, we will conduct such type of workshops here. And I wish you all the best. Have a very, very bright future. Bye.
बंद करा ना हाँ पण हर दिवस मेमरी कार्ड बंद कर भराई ये हर दिवस 8 लगा
आराम भराई
हाँ ते असं भी
पहले मैडम ने पूछा मैडम ने पूछी ना मैडम पूछा मैं
ये उसका केस
मैंने कैप कहाँ से किया पानी
तारीख ने हमारे बैग में हेलो आज लता जलो એ સુધી લાવ્યો તે પેલા મેં ફોટો પણ વાઇડ માં લીધેલો પણ તે કઈ હારા નહીં આવવાના એટલે મેં હું હા તે પેલામાં બી લીધેલું કેમેરામાં વિડિયોસ ને મારા સાહેબ ફોટો છે જો સરસ છે ને હમણાં મેં એડિટ કરવા બેહાનો તો ફૂટેજ મને મળે તારા તારા ફૂટેજ છે મારા આપણે કાલે એડિટ કરીને આપવાનું કઈ મેં જોમ કાલે મેં મોકલું તને રાતે ડોક્યુમેન્ટ કરું તારા પાસે વોટ્સઅપ કરું તને આ બંધ થઈ જાય ને તો પરમાનન્ટ બંધ થઈ જાય આ બંધ થઈ જાય તો આઉટપુટ કે લાગે અમુકમાં હું ડિસ્પ્લે બંધ થઈ ચાલુ રહે બંધ
संपला भाई हाँ